Good morning, Yate Fidel. Good morning to my colleagues with the Resources and Development Committee, and also to our Legislative Services staff, to our legal counsel that is on the call this morning via Zoom, and also to the individuals, our relatives that are present here in person at the on chapter. And I'd like to thank the chapter officials and also chapter administration for allowing us to utilize their facility here this morning. So with that, Rodney, I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:11 a.m. And if you could please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, March 6, 2024, 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson's present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor over to our Honorable Chair Nez for introduction to our officials here at the chapter.
Madam Chair Jesus, Vice Chair Johnson, Delegate Clark, staff. Shouldn't of Penido, Shikation and Yate, Benedo, Queen Fanoya. The response unbetana committees for the Resources and Development Committee, you can understand any hotel, the Nebet Paho, Hotmans and then level one of the legal chapters are later. We can understand this John either then she is local chapters on the Kendan store. The Yoda is a bit of Jeddah custom. So the Yoda usually understand Yahiana. I wrote a shake roti legal so there's an invocation. I saw the again Bashir again Rodovich cards, the door down the condo. So the Ziniki of Potago, a shake Benina. Kodor set out Concord, Gado Chapter House. Mr. Robert Lapahi, she up in it, there, Zito, Albert Kodor, Naha, Citizen, Yahato, Zito. Welcome address Edo, Lita Ava. So at this time, committee members will give some time over to Mr. Robert Lapahi, Chapter President.
Question?
Yeah, then I don't okay. I don't what I'm about since this Nido, Kahada, Zinido, Kodandini, those on the Kanabani, Vienna, for other. I get on the Darum for the whole. So I get on other station of course, daily. Grum Jeddah is on usually Robert Party Junior. After the not shut. She done next cake with the big television generation done that and done. But the mention is negative. Can't no watching just see not that touching a she had the storm. But the Sunday AR not that the storm because that mention of that kind of not need president done by actually can honestly Vice President Matthew. On the Sultan Madam Secretary, Dora J. Benali, Otto Nana Crazy, A. Nana, Larry Johnson, Otto, Dr. Dingy, that A. Levon Garninet, Otto, and the Carnegie chapter manager, A. For the United Nations, Charlene Dodge, for the Ahoda, the Kiana, okay, other. The doctor, see the whole. Yeah, so I've finished an event, so this. Yeah, I think it's something that I actually had in the hotel to Arjun. Ishin Kadin photo and Kadin out there. That's the other day, it tried each other, could also find in and either. So not out in the Today, on don't and down money to deep in the canal and the original canal. You don't know something like not in color by our down in la. When you have a card of month, mother, you know, when you have a card, and then we card the down get out of beginning. So, Lennon and many better the possibility even by our down now in Capitan. Who don't they think up, perhaps see it up. Because there's a dinning, then the has come, Poyada Hajado, has been of that, the has Takodo. Darius, I can't done it, so kind will, Benan Tinido, I did that in the told the car, one and Tashaba in that again. Jonah told nothing about one of Tashaba in that or again, him that we have begin now where cut was naked, she not Jesus. But there's no one kept a card and that's gone to where we get a team of cargo, a dark gave a cash, a snaggy, Kaladim of cash, a big cow, Shabab, a car one yarn, a carter, became with the net, a hundred action, the hundred when I don't lunch, the hundred agent, Shabab. But then should have hard she the nail, yeah, that get what other into the cake than that. But she pointed the called on the Chapless in that of when has Kate law, Annie spoke, Ojaba, needs and a hair lumpy and then 1919 not sort and Lenny Quay, and had that of Jada, Yasha, Edon and Tansa in Dada. If Washington judged the dance the Tanin, Ad, Johanan Town Kai, that Adna, talking Kay, not sleep of Ad. Ad of that, nothing that is banana cut, Bernada need Edo Nasco. Kodo, a finish any event, so yeah, to the Bahas, the where has any the action belt cut on that deck. You know, feet got on and by each hour that. The journal one tunnel ambition. Nahaslido. The North water pumps and Nahaslido is every year to the end. Education the neck where at the left. The journal will not say, not have seen the other one, not what did not say. Are being shut are not considered. But are not comparing Jason has things that they not carry back each other on of todo, but that back into Hajon has sleep or Hajon has sleep in where is Jesus Christ, amen. I'll check it out. Easy down, I don't just be shy, so that I'm not supposed to be a Kidan did you can get freedom. And then the Jinji had a kid. They added next killer. They added Jilha card, G added Michael mine start a job. I got the neck added. Then that I got. People start migrating here. It's even not check with that. Let the 20 minutes she says, not else even not. Where the whole are not. I got other sheet of the whole I got. It's even now that. That's just check out the tells you that, you know. I don't put a nest shit to that can't not that can't. It's that all legend go. I don't know. Be a team that came up that had that. The Kigashita, a Kinoshita had now. Did Kagi. So was it of it, River Rocks. A dishing, they can't. A king without the whole data. Sada Khan. He answered the economy that in the heart below the whole dollar. Is not that the whole shit. I said, chapter have the whole you're not down. They are just the now you come to show you. One be in I get off. Now to show. They are a whole yard. A carrying car that's done funny. Is you with that? So was it for she for the I just by so was it person the living now. So that they can actually have the old yeah. Oh, yeah, it's even not there. Because then now that they can't team that was large. And the net team kind of joined got the ship down, isn't it? But without him, the is that art, isn't it? You guys have a long day and the issue I don't just get down.
Yeah, Mr. What, I don't, they So that then have a hand the don't the AR a sheen to taton. Chị ấy thì nãy giờ em hôm nay thì khá là đang khá là sẽ hạ đó vài cái gì cái mình cũng chỉ anh đó đang khá là sẽ hạ khu dân khá là anh đi chứ vài cái gì cái resources development mình sẽ phát triển hạt này cũng khu để sẽ hạ khá là ở đó khu số của dân đã nên chỉ cái này để chỉ anh đã hay những số đang khá là sẽ hạ Although she ain't asked for nothing to do, just, share that.
For the time to add to what you said. I would appreciate it, committee members. Yeah, I don't think it's, I don't got to finish. Should have then, I'll send it over, should pay the appreciation stuff. Pro President Pahi. Jennifer Yana Hasne, shut up, a call. Benigeshnan, I not any give a stand, get in the key, a chapter house on condemn Lia. Live it at the Hunsago, that building really, we need a new building, a new chapter house. This is the preschool, Igesechin, and could just a night later. From my ARPA money, it gave 1.6 million. Ajo need the, but I'm gonna need more money from CSN. Some chapters, they, if you really look at it, I call the cut, maybe after the meeting, we'll look at the building. You'll see why it's condemned. Put that the concrete go earlier, that the roof again, a copish over yatani, a patient, how that they cause, yeah. So it was condemned. We didn't want people to be meeting over there, and accident could happen. That thing could collapse. Well, has given it now. It's I don't think it in now. Oh, you get it late Horton, then you keep on Shanwan River. August 5th, 2015, you know, Gold King Mine spill, isn't it? What that's for, but alone, Chinna. Hobbits on the hash is the water, Nepana. Been nothing in none, again, nothing said, although not done, though, each ashion that is convicts on that, shouldn't that say. A whole team, a court, the Nayo Torchoyos, indeed, that is. Roll Argent pump station again, 3 miles. That's so. I would like for you guys to take time to look at that. That's going to be my other legislation through the Gold King mine spill. It's going to be close to 5 million, 4.9, I believe, is the cost of redoing the whole thing. Of course, the north go into pipe detail not highway 64, but after that. Could you go to never that I can't get to a chain? For yet you go could you go a B line? It's never yet you go a line. I don't talk it and then again and agree then do not on in there's go even the talk. Of course, it for from the natural. It like now kick off. So that I needs a new chapter house, so they won't have to meet in here and just go back to the children's preschool. I don't know, pump house, that really needs to be fixed, so it will up and get you out of here. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Members of RDC, any announcements? Rodney, do we have any announcements?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, next week for a regular RDC meeting, we'll be out in Chinle. The following will be out in Chispinto. Then on this coming Sunday is daylight savings time, so we'll jump an hour ahead. That's my announcement, Madam Chair.
Hagoshi? Yeah. Just to item number 2 on our proposed agenda, recognizing guesses. For those that need to Keitha, for those from the Northern Agency are present. So I'd like to go ahead and allow members of RDC to introduce themselves, starting with Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Shay, Casey Allen Johnson is my education is not a scan. It's all about team. I'm not the dish. Some engine additional. A good name is it's a better than a shot. So those are my clans, where I'm from the Western Agency, Western Navajo. So just want to thank you for your hospitality of hosting RDC today. Thank you for that beautiful prayer, President Robert Pai, thank you for that. And also the Head Start for hosting the RDC meeting as well. And it's really good to be out this way. It's good to be get out of Window Rock and get some fresh air. So, but yeah, just want to thank you. Yeah.
Question? Yeah, Vice Chair, David, and what one?
Good morning to everyone here. Ano yat e benech she Shana and Klein chef. I don't know that Slingy a Hawashan and the Slino Sporty ne but just she touching the Slindoki on it. It's another mother sunshine. Ado she a base massa and then the gently the puzzle ye put Asian on just like Ado I see that Shani put a she up so for Niki. Shema they when big a hello or you Shema sana a and yellow or so yan and Shema san and a ko honor so yeah and she has
Council Deja, Adam, the Shiaj, Honorable, Arthur.
Yeah, good morning. I've been she auto so that's the not quite in that toy yet lean. Now she's a couple but she's she do look at that she shade do it's not Jenny that's not what I've mentioned do adi not sure honest is a whole idea. Ko adi bishmas an the adi be bana shadow nas ida hakat ne adi shine auk the bishmas an anasni was in town shlodo yeah they've been Robert see familiar faces here in Hogback skidaho kadesh nish it's ba hayanj because I to control which it has in Nahadini had that project Northern Agency only not need ginger that need not yago need is also kaguya only could code only anything most of the hash no I'll be changing the hash no the agile KFA that what John the kid oh I don't tradition I don't know. It's great to be in the vicinity. I have two boys. They touch me that no, oh, you can't. Oh, they touch me. They are little here. Different naked. Any can lay. Really tall. Hat they are the touching. They are the now as condition lived up to the she is added because in the whole year has 2 years with added KFA to Chigo or Bahuni Zinko. It's tweeted and she KJ not that is much had a nick a day's tweet and lead or what I think. No, it's good to be here. No, thank you for coming here. And again, yeah, so
Shekha Shiash, other than Nashiash, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC staff. Say again since this year, they have not been work with us. What it change? She was just just no. Each chapter is going to be the workload, like using the gallery, White Rock, vicinity, conflict, and disputes inside. Yeah, not issue for hosting the RDC. Yeah, you can mention.
Other in the Shanai Fairness.
Coach, you know, I don't think it based on money, but it's at a condom. I don't patient. I don't find a yard, Benado, become a sonic. Rickness in or one son and or very touching, but she's chain, son of it. Walking on the action, what I mentioned. Aro Astongo chapters Vanash Nishige Kurochada on Aro San Juan Nina Nizad Upper Fruitland Vernon Aro Newcomb. Set up on Aro San Juan Chesapani and the Nido Damas Temple get fighting. Nina Nizad Ahor get. Neve Hoyato de Gonza Bonina Ohating a horse here. Aroto and clay for the get upper fruitland. Vernon had to be choice a card or get to be she owns so she's a card that advancing the nation Everson. Aro which boil Archibald Newcomb 8 Eastern Dish each boil get. A hot egg way the net Archer Banash. So either pardon and nego. It's always good to know your clan, especially your first one. Oh, one son and the snagel. Up and nation on me. Benny nature ho one son of horse get ya the Belganic catch it by many hogans for the I would sometimes say many mansions. So, but anyways, many hogans. Benny nature horse get one son. Oh, one sago. You see, no, the national horse you get, curry dogs. Curry dogs, she laughed up at the aunt a yard. But that's a hard over the other, ain't go to ya in the world. I can't go there. Over that, on she undone truck, so as I can that nation I had them. A coho one son and shenanigan, I shall go wherever I go. The door is always open for me. Welcome, come stay with us in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee. When I was stationed in Germany, the Germans would say, Rick, could you come stay with us tonight? We'd love to hear you tell some stories and we want you to sing. That's what me, honestly. So on one hundred mango, they had actual rock with the natural and though, you know, they welcome you. Touching your day, the door chair. Yeah, so hold on today. I thought I hear.
Yeah, Shania. Although could there's never Washington legislative gen hade Nishiki Yota you for don't like Nishiki. I thought you data Z starting with Mr. Tahi introduction wa.
Good morning. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. Thank you for having us at your chapter.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, doing it and showing the toward here doing the mission. Russia's chin, I should have should say, energy king, a should have our son mission. Marianne Khan, the should I with this particular committee on the whole of the whole nation council on various. You're welcome today.
Oh, yeah, hey, Bennett, good morning, everyone. My name is Samatsa Jim. I'm the Legislative Staff Assistant with the Office of the Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Honorable Crystal and Curley, and I'm here assigned to the RDC Committee.
Because you're out of that.
When everyone share learn about the share twins and then Nasha long and I but she got from that. Welcome.
Later, I thought like not owning Yala. Honorable James, can you introduce yourself, Shonda?
Yeah, Resource Development Committee though. Today, the exchange and share the footage in Johnson, Nigeria, but she's changed here on it, that she's shared off another of the eight that she wanted to in that the chain, look on the couple years, Jericho, chicken, out of point, those steamboat and Jericho, all on Arizona side up to the Hopi, now, whole border line, hard to 8 days of partners, but have to shine, but out here, 8 down to say that the catch, the shine, now,
Ohio.
Ja, ik ben Ohio Medicine Chef. Twitch eating the since the cotton was Omaha, that's Cherokee, that's I work with the Office of the Speaker. I was the Communication Director, originally from Chinle, Arizona, but my paternal side is from here in Shiprock. So I'm related to Manuses and Allens and Cells in the area. So, yeah.
She had nomination now. She Brenda Jesus and she don't sit not in each land for a cheat in Bashishchi. Banana that she cheated 400 that she never could dana son and daughter my son and Michelin. I don't let your hot so yeah other age she dishti the hot so dot is do hilchint agent linigi besh pass ango nomination linigi. Addition to dan travel here back in the Hano Yanigi, or Arkon, so a young Linigi Koto, which a data had been Ado, division director, Mr. Mike Colonna and his star, some of the other staff, and they presented that and they are the sheets of their data had those. A Konana here back in Linigi, and he's put off some distinct. Arushanas the Naha the Dorjish, they tried that is reviewing and approving the agenda. Cordon Linigi, Rodney, could you please read the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nominations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, March 6, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson, location Hogback Chapter via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journals. February 14th, 2024, regular meeting. February 21st, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from the Division of Natural Resources on the transfer of the Navajo Nation Fair Office to Division itself, which includes all personnel, budget, and operating equipment, and the fairground facilities. Presenter W. Mike Colonna, Vision Director, Division of Natural Resources. B, report from Navajo Power on the Painted Desert Power Solar Project as it relates to the lease status updates and the Shepherd Solar Northern Agency Solar Project update. Presenters, Brent Isaac, founder and chief executive officer, and Claire Pratt, founder and partner of Navajo Power. C, report from St. Lee Wheatfields Farm Board on the Wheatfields Agriculture Project with allocations of the Navajo Nation Permanent Trust Fund. Presenters, Eleanor Eldridge, chairperson, Frederick Joe, vice chairperson, and Lucinda Davis, secretary, St. Lee Wheatfields Farm Board. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0040-24, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and the NOPCAT Committee, and the Nomination Council, amending Rule 9A of Rules of Order for the Standing Committees of the Nomination Council. Sponsor, Honorable Amber Kidness-Bacrati, and co-sponsor Danny Simpson. B, legislation number 0043-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a lease for Apache County for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard, Parcel 2, sponsor Honorable Vince R. James. C, directive to Division of Community Development's Community Housing and Infrastructure Department on providing the eligibility criteria for an American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, housing assistant, and the list of all names that submitted per delegate region broken down by chapters. D, approving off-nomination travel to attend and participate in a meeting with Division of Economic Development and Natural Park Services on the Antelope Point Marina matters with invitation to Division of Natural Resources and Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit for Tuesday, March 26, 2024 at 9 a.m. near Page, Arizona. 8, to close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
May I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Claude. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any additions or deletions or modifications to the agenda? Vice Chair?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda to go straight to number 7, new business. If that's okay with my colleagues.
Okay. Members of RDC, we do have a motion by Vice Chair to Vice Chair.
And then on receiving reports, number 5, letter A will be 5C. There's amendments.
So, members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have an amendment on the floor motion by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson to go ahead and start with item number 7, new business, which will be the new number 5. And then with the receiving reports, which would be the new number 7, but switching letter A and letter C are is it switching those two? Yeah, switching letter item A report from Division of Natural Resources, which will be the new item C. And report from the Saley Wheatfields Farm Board will be the new letter A. So that is the proposed amendment, members of RDC. May I get a second? Did you have a question?
No,
Chair?
I would like to make a second to a motion, and also would like to make a statement on this, amendment.
Okay, so you would, like to make a second to the main motion?
I mean,
To his amendment, Hakoshi. So we do have a second and, Vice, or, Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Certainly appreciate, Vice Chair Johnson making this motion for me, and planning to switch, under 5A to C. I look at this report from the Division of Natural Resources on the transfer of nomination fair office to the division itself, which includes all personnel, budget, and operating equipment and the fairgrounds facility. I don't see the reason for an executive session. I believe that we have always talked about being transparent. And I think this is something that can just be presented in a regular format of a regular report. And we just need to make sure that there is an understanding that Resource Development Committee is the oversight and part of the Fair Board for the Nation Fair. Thank you. Back to you.
Hakoshi. So with that, recommendation, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the staff, members of KFAB. Some have stated on the delegate medicine. If this is going to happen, though, bring legislation for us, we can discuss it. And right now, it's in the good way, don't support that. So I'm saying that we just need to be transferred from RDC. This is word of oversight. So if this is going to happen, bring a legislation for us. And we can discuss it. I don't know why you're here to report. If they're going to move forward with this legislation, give me one legislation, let RDC discuss it. April, report April, we will do a report. So I'm not sure why we have to do a report. If they're going to, if this is going to happen, I'm not sure who's going to sponsor it. Again, it's my third time. Bring legislation reports, we'll discuss it. So I'd like to request my brother here, Mr. Johnson, just to read this report off. If they want to go forward with this, bring legislation for us and we'll discuss that. So, you're done, educated. That's, my brother concurs with that. There's an amendment. If he doesn't, then I'll do amendment to the people's office. Agenda. We're done, educated.
Okay.
Modify his motion, but if you don't want to, that's fine. I understand. Yeah, Madam Chairman.
Hakoshi. So it is Shaha Ado, and then you Donatani no Sinigi Kodo. I be party. Oh, no, it was a legislation. Ms. Khan, I think. Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, this is Mariana Connor. If you decide to go into executive session or not go into executive session on this report, then at that time, I will next meeting.
So, to the motioning party, Vice Chair Johnson, although Honorable, Simpson had recommended, with a recommendation on the floor to go ahead and just delete, 5A, report from Division of Natural Resources on the transfer off of the agenda. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Talking about Mr. Nez, we'll just, withdraw on the Western Road Johnson.
Hakoshi.
She will read some of the. Withdraw on the 13, Duncan.
Hakoshi. So members of Resources Development Committee, we do have, a motion in the second for amendment number 1 to, new business will be the new number 5. And then also, moving, receiving reports down to the new number 7. And then also letter A was recommended for executive session, but there was a, recommendation here by Honorable Chair Nez that, due to transparency, and due diligence, that we'd rather keep it as an open discussion. So, just leave it as an open dialogue. Honorable Aruso?
I think there may be some other issues pertaining to that matter. And the report can just be generally presented to the committee without there's fine tuning that I think that may be required. And just to get the committee's feet wet in it, but anything pertaining to the any financial and things like that, that requires, I would say executive session. Alcohol. Just like to ask the presenter on 5A, just a jail is I didn't the I don't see they not the shiban yan yada kidole ya di jata don't nick. I don't in the yard shibadas although there's issues pertaining to that requires analysis and things like that from the legal team and things like that. So it's even executive session I don't know based on it and they do there has only been that nilje ati shin in that resourcing in that go I did shin I don't know the hard the base of it the so yeah.
So with that, we will go ahead and just leave the item report from Division of Natural Resources as an open discussion. Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam members. When the fair was being operated in Wonderwall, it was under the museum, and it required a legislation to take it from the museum to Department of Ag. And now we're being told that it's going under the president's office. And I'm wondering why there's no legislation, like my brother is asking for legislation that would require a debate on it. Not only that, I don't think why was a vetting team created without the knowledge of the Resource Involvement Committee when we are the oversight over energy matters. And now the email kind of lets us know that it's going to have to go under the office of the president, vice president again. And I think we really need to come together and have a discussion as a committee separately and review our oversight programs and why OPVP wants to take over certain programs when they're the executive branch. We're the legislative branch. We are the lawmakers. We create the laws and they execute. That's how it works. That's why we have a separation of powers. And there has to be an understanding of why is OPV reaching over and trying to take control of things that we are the oversight over. So I do have a concern, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm ready to vote.
So with that, we do have a motion in a second for amendment number 1, again, new business to bump it up to 5. Item number 5 and, receiving reports will be the new number 7 and switching letter A to C and C to A. And also, no executive session for the report from the Division of Natural Resources. So with that, Mr. Tai, could you please take amendment number 1 to vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1, moving number 7, new business item to number 5, and switching 5 receiving reports A to C and C to A. Roll call, Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries for amendment number 1. Now going back to the main motion, we do have a motion in a second. Do we have any additional recommendations? Going once, going twice. Rodney, can you take a roll call vote on main motion?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving journals. We do have a journals for February 14th, 2024 regular meeting and February 21st, 2024 regular meeting. That was emailed out from legislative staff. At this time, members of RDC, may I get a motion to, for accepting the journals for February 14th and February 21st?
Madam Chair, if I can make a motion that we approve the journal from February 14 and February 23.
First, thank you, Hernandez, may I get a second? Honorable Claude, do we have any questions, members of RDC? Going once, going twice, Rodney, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving and approving the journal. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries on to item number 5, new business, letter A, legislation 0040-24. We do have a co-sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson, present. So with that, Rodney, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chairman of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0043-24. Oh, wait, 40.
40.
Jumping ahead. Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0040-24, date February 1st, 2024. An action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and the Navigate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Rule 9 of the Rule of Order for Standing Committees of the Navajo Nation Council. Purpose of this legislation is to approve an amendment to Rule 9A of the Rules of Orders for the Standing Committees of the Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Amber Kinzas-Crotty, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0040-24, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and the Navigate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Rule 9A of the Rules of Order for Standing Committees of the Navajo Nation Council. In Section 1 outlines the authority, in Section 2 the findings, in Section 3 amendment of Rule 9A of the Rules of Order for Navajo, for the Standing Committees of the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 9 of the reading of the legislation, the amendment reads as follows. A, each legislation shall be made part of the record of the Standing Committee that possesses final approval authority over such legislation pursuant to that standing committee's authority under the relevant sections of Title II. Each legislation shall be read into the record at least once, and said reading shall include verbatim the legislation in its entirety. Any exhibits to the legislation shall be merely described or summarized unless the standing committee chairperson requests the verbatim reading of any exhibits. After debating cease and before any final vote is held on the legislation, a second reading may be concluded upon the request of the chairperson at the chairperson's discretion. The second reading, it may be limited to only those provisions or sections of the legislation which have been amended. All readings shall be performed by the designated Office of Legislative Services staff member who is assigned to the standing committee or via electronic voice recording. Section 4 is the effective date, and Section 5 is the savings clause. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0040-24. Sponsors Honorable Amber Kizlanas Prati, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on February 6, 2024 at 4:13 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended February 11, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the first committee report from the Navajo from Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Second year, 2024, the committee report reads as due pass with no amendments. Then you have attached the vote count of legislation number 0040-24 from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. The vote was 4 in favor and 2 not voting. And Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0040-24 read into the record.
Mr. Toffee, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to motion for legislation 0040-24, final authority of vested with the full Navajo Nation Council. It's a very simple legislation, the reading of the legislation, which will require just a one-time reading, which would only pretty much save a lot of time for council. Thank you.
Yeah, Shanai, Honorable Chair Ness, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. So, members of Resources and Development Committee, it's very simple in regards to this, and council has the final authority. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and just go straight to roll call vote. Ashmiga.
Sure.
Honorable Aruso.
And then, this is a Title II amendment, and we have a subcommittee that the council has established. I did do someone is, I know that council's authority is any delegate can run with the legislation, but we did create a Title II subcommittee. And I think that realistically, this is who this where this amendment should come from. I know that it's reading the legislation into record once. But when you look at after cease debate and before final vote is held, a second reading made. So this portion where it says a second reading may be conducted upon the request of the chair, meaning that on the last council, when legislations went to cease debate and the vote happened and we went straight to vote, point of orders were called and just to try to delay the vote and delay the time, and it's that mechanism, and it should be and I think that we need to go back to have Title II vet this. It's just that portion of after debate, debate cease, and before a final vote is held on the legislation, second reading may be alcohol. Delegate can go ahead and tell the sheriff, are you gonna aren't you gonna, request for a second reading? Franciscus, I really don't want to muddy up the system right now. That's just my thought, but, I know this legislation is destined for council, but I just wanted to state, that on the record here at Resources and Development Committee, so that we will know that, this issue has been brought up and coming from the 23rd and 24th council, how this provision, you know, how can I say, manipulated. Different actions that are within the authority of council could be called. And and you know that the vote is the final action. So it is just want to put it on the table and if you guys want to proceed to vote with it, I'm okay with it. And I don't need a answer from the sponsor. So it is just want to get this on the record so that
Bushing, at the time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to our legal counsel, Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, this particular resolution, legislation 0040-24 deals with amendments to the rules of order. And the rules of order are different are not in Title II provisions. It's not in the blue book. It is a separate document that is acted upon separately by also both are acted upon by the Navajo Nation Council, but they're two different volumes, I would say. One is it's in Title II, and the other is separate standing committees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bushing? Yeah, thank you for that clarification on Ms. Bushing, it's noted, so Ajay, yeah, we'll go ahead and call for a roll call vote. Mr. Tony?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0040-24. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elder Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Otto votes red. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushing? Yeah. So with that, motion carries on to item letter B, legislation 0043-24. We do have the sponsor present, so Mr. Ty, if you could please read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0043-24, date February 8th, 2024, titled the resolution proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving a lease for Apache County for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2. The purpose of this resolution is to approve the lease to Apache County for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2 for 2.36 acres more or less of Navajo Nation trust land. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Vince R. James for tracking number 0043-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a lease for Apache County for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2. Be enacted Section 1 Authority. A. The Resource and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2. In NC Section 500A. B. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give final approval of non-mineral leases, permits on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted free lands. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignment, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfer, renewals, and termination. 2. In NC Section 501B2. Section 2 findings. Apache County Political Subdivision of the State of Arizona seeks approval for the lease from the Navajo Nation for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2. The lease is attached here to its Exhibit A. B, the certified site survey of the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2 plat and legal description for 2.3 acres more or less is attached to the Exhibit B. C, Navigation Code at 16 in NC Section 2343 F states the navigation may waive the rent, the charge normal rent for small 2 leases for use of navigation trust land by federal, state, and local governments, whereas entities or projects are provided essential government or utility service to Navajo people. D, the lease on page 2, paragraph 5 rental states, quote, in accordance with provisions of 16 NC section 2334 F, only normal rental is provided for herein because this lease is for maintenance for school bus routes, unquote. E, the grazing representative has determined that the proposed area is not within the grazing unit. The grazing representative letters attached as Exhibit C. F, the environmental assessment, cultural resources clearance forms, and biological resource clearance forms are attached as Exhibit D. G, the Board of Supervisors for the Apache County through resolution number 2018-01 attaches Exhibit E supports the lease agreement of the Navajo Nation. H, the the Ganado chapter supports the lease agreements. The Ganado chapter resolution number GAN-057-2018 is attached to Exhibit F. I, the lease was reviewed by Navajo Nation Department of Justice and the executive official review document is attached as Exhibit G. Section 3, approval. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the lease to Apache County for the Apache County Ganado Road Yard Parcel 2 for 2.3 acres more or less of Navajo Nation trust land attached here to as Exhibit A. The location is particularly described on the survey maps attached as Exhibit B. B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves waivers for the rental fees pursuant to 16 C, section 2334 F. C, the Navajo Nation hereby authorizes the president of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to implement the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation and Apache County lease. Attaches Exhibit B, which is the map of the Apache County Parcel 2 tract, District 17 for Navajo Nation. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the Ganado chapter. Lease for government use. Attaches Exhibit D, which is the document number 21883, which is the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency Surface and Groundwater Protection Department review of document number 21883 for the new lease to extend the Ganado Yard. Attaches Exhibit E, which is the resolution for the Board of Supervisors of Apache County, a resolution authorizing and improving a lease to Apache County District 2 for 4.36 acres on the right of reasonable increase and egress, subject to any prior valid existing rights of way to construct, operate, and maintain Apache County operating, including administrative offices and maintenance buildings in the Apache County vicinity Navajo Nation. Attached is Exhibit F, which is a resolution of Ganado chapter resolution number GAN-056-2018. Attaches Exhibit G, which is the Department of Justice document review. Attached is the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0043-24. Sponsors Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was posted on February 14th, 2024 at 6:24 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended February 19th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is resolution number 0043-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tommy. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Otto, so may I get a second? Honorable Stinson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions? Okay. So with that, Otto Shinatani, Honorable James, I know that we usually have a table set up in other meeting sessions. If you want to go ahead and present here, and then also your agent, I believe, Apache County as well. So, but those should, so no, okay, we don't want you to stand as if you're in court.
Judge.
So we'll go ahead and,
Judge Paul.
so we'll go ahead and allot you 20 minutes to Natani and to yourself and your agent. Starting at 11:10.
Kaya down sa business is ito resource development committee. Shanat no Taniki, Kodo, no Slat, no a job is from underneath the call. Kodo de ya, so there's another higi, he dato nani, so the leo, CK and Lily Kodo. Late 2018, yeah, da, other epitaph, Nishko, Ita, Ganado chapter president, strong. Ako, Ita heart, Apple. Ako, what the end of a job, ako yan, ikehol, J, of course. Then the other kid, the door, not hit kid, at each penny, yeah, Anna had it now. Kaya and Lenny, not that the Arthur, Kaya and Lenny, Belanda, this is one fine example of AA at the best bounce, honestly, has done, I done hard, what the end of AA, but that's after the Hashi, Ado came on the top for the bench, if not has next to me, of course, don't yet, not sauce many car, not sauces K, A, nettle, though not sauces K, need alone honey, nello, A, Kodo, Hidato, need absolutely, not there because Arnie, a kid on the dust, so he did out, or did no sauce, okay, don't did out. Are there now has any deed? No, so are the Canada not so sort of the AI and the better has not for the hidden and the name for job at the end zone. A for those RJ, so some money for Patchy County. What out in hidden and the navy look on then. A job for a den zone, late out Kaya and Lenny answer, go back on me to put out a banter case or co. A did out him found out all do you are so a key couple evening a RJ but it got that other a not so the Niki Punzabi Kinshako. She not the Niki. Ado are a can't make the work. Not only the door, not only to know, but the never to zero, but not to how. But okay, down to put out really. The door should not be a next upon hidden and the meeting, but the zero by you. So are they done? The need to out for those pay from the needy. Are they look until that partner has on that resolution to what on hard on the article. Job, the Niki Ben, Dato, Nani, Kato, but are the or just unknown. If you're not not sourced of a car, but all legislation of a car, are able to how you're not just it's nice and black and white, and it's all categorized for you guys and on the article. In general, actually absolutely yeah, but but on his assistant on this door, she not need that she on shade of the but the dish article supervisor, Alton Joe Shepherd, but
that a Shanata, not then again, though county is in shade have bunch. Ado change a killer, it dashes shadow, my dish, she does check. There's a planet dash another. They forget the Asiatic here. 22nd, 23rd Navajo Nation Council agents that touching on the Shisha. And I was privileged to have run the RDC at the time as a chairperson. So even a Shashin, so here had Kidini the election and the I'm again. Quigoshin, she get to cast Queen of Fenigate. Ako Bahin, Sino Schnedo, she chase Arj issue in the Shashin Sokodo, the Nae, Hashin Sokodo, but Nahid Ado, Adole, Pesado, Nifidi, Dolchin Yazade, Ben Yakodo, a teen Lenigito, got the Anigi, Natchin. Kay and Lenigi, it's the day Kodo, shot that need day in 2016, 2017, they are the Ayatishni or even should not Lenigi, Tana Zinganaro, District 17, do Hashin Sokodo. Regional regional chapters. Ako ita bin na Zinigi Nasukea and Lenigi
Hanikado, I don't, quite had given natural quite. Nakahodo, I thought even natural. We lastly, I think was just oh. Okay, I see in Nagi a yadi Nakachan, Chidit so Linigi. Ado Chidit a teen Linigito, a teen needs is a Tanigi 8 and is not the do, Scotland over Dutch, 360 miles in just in District 2. A Ajaba William. Ko ado be nature do hashin sukudo yan alsisinde na khanit ahle hostobe ko kon the hashin sukudo bes an in denigi asho edo ajabe on the shigi in the lishmo le St. John's Day ko ko tani au tilastin hano na nation pasla now konshiko district 1 Dr. Joe Shirley kaun asia do shut the Asho, the TNIC, Litigate, shut the Asho, Abel Khan, Nelson Davis, so yeah, Jupiter, the appreciation that was sweet or sunny than Litigate, 22 permanent employees, although now we have about 10 temporary employees. Although we also have 10, at least 3 to 5 Navajo Nation workforce development come through, and some of our workforce development that comes through Navajo Nation, we hired them. And there's opportunity time. Oh, David, looking at the corner track of the Venado chapter is what we were looking at. And that's what we're asking for support from this RDC committee today, so we can get moving to move a lot of our gravel that we bring up from St. John. St. John's, the county owns a gravel pit for has over 100 years of aggregate that we're pulling out. So right now we're using the chamber site as, even though it's in District 3 as our stockpile. And so we'd like to get the approval so that we can start stockpiling our gravel there in Ganado. The other thing other parcel withdrawn, or at least we're working on, is with Cottonwood Solani in their chapter track. Cool. I feel just know, but the niche nan shasendo hashin sukudo na sos kan kenda da issue do konde ya honet zado benash ahyan hidini do leshin da no tani be so zido ya bela do le had on the
Question?
I had, Shinado, Shabija Donana, Sazeda, members of, RDC committee, members, for those staff, like from Apache County, I'd like to have them introduce themselves. So I don't know how many minutes we have left, but a day,
Yeah.
we still have staff.
No, yeah, it's Nicole Curley and Chef, my education municipal, Topanga versus Chin, not cutting the attitude to, look onto that, not sure where I come from.
Yeah, let's go. Shea Julius Elwood and Chef, and so on Schlong, but it's only Bush's Chin, but I think that should shade, what I had Lina, it doesn't know. Call Shazay, Lee Cross, you go, that's where he grew up. So, this is the chapter that we used to come to with him. So, want to thank Sedagon chapter for hosting us. We look forward to your support.
Hello, everyone. My name is Riddell Allison. My firm is Company Company Pashi. From originally from Winter Rock, but I reside in White Woods, Arizona.
That's education demand, Arnold Topaz, no family. Chair Estelle Benali and Chair. Yeah, I'm in Schnitt was a fun of us to change my education district to go for the G. With Apache County, I'm the admin coordinator for climate. Thank you.
Supervision of the RDC, Madam Chair, that will complete our little report and update regarding our legislation 0043-24.
Yeah, although Honorable James, and also to Apache County, Mr. Shepherd, to you and your team. Thank you for the introduction, though, for those, yeah. Just Ako, Aji Aya, she did, but Honorable Kwa, she did. I think she has, I think so, she did.
Okay, well, good morning to the staff, and good to see you out here, and thank you for following your legislation. Mr. Shepherd, thank you for your legislation. Shanella, Honorable James. The questions I have is yours, as Shanella said, it's black and white in front of us. So based on black and white, I'm gonna ask you these questions. One of the concerns I have is that you have a copy of the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department report compliance form. But in here, it seems to be out of order. The archaeological survey says Chapter House Development Project in Cottonwood, St. London Chapter, Cottonwood, Arizona. So that's in your packet here. So then there's a picture of the Chapter House. That's the first thing I thought. The second thing is going to the area where it has the map. One of the things it does say here is that after the initial inspection on May 16, 1984, there was 3 20th century burials found there. And so based on that, it says, Mr. Ambrose Shepherd, a tribal council delegate, member of the board of supervisors of Apache County, was advised that modern burials were present. Then in the conclusion and recommendation, there were 4 options that were given. First one was abandon the entire project area for consideration as a storage facility and office. This option is not practical for Apache County, given who is aware of the potential problems of being located near burials, but prefer to remain on the current project area. Number 2, mitigate the entire site by complete informal excavation. From a research point of view, this is a viable option, but practically suffers from potential lack of funding. Another drawback is burials would be further disturbed. The next option, test the site features to determine if any significant depth remains. This would include testing the intact ridge segment. Based on the testing, further measures would be considered. This too is desirable from a scientific point of view, but time and funding may not be available. Navajo burials could be avoided. Number 4, do nothing to the site, allow development to proceed. Not practical, considering the potential for significant historic information and presence of human burials. Number 5, ignoring Mr. Dodie's request, re-enter the burials at another location and then treat the prehistoric component according to one of the alternatives presented here. So I just wanted to know which of those options would follow and if there was an updated report provided. And then the last component is a few pages down. It does say that this clearance does not constitute approval of right-of-way or concurrence of the proposed project by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So just wanted to make that known, so if I could get those questions answered.
Thank you, Shadavid. Honorable Claw for that, although she is referencing the exhibit P. Savani, with chat production information. And I don't know how that's applicable to the current site. And then with the other questions that was posed were the options 1 through 5. That was a concern based off of the conclusion and recommendation of the archaeological surveyor. Although the final point was the clearance approval of right of way. For issue Kodosa, Linigi Metal Path and Kodoshi Aya and Joe that they chose week, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it back to the sponsor and your HOF. Chair Gaines.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Bridget, thank you, and members of, RDC. We do have, Division Director Mike Colonna here. At this point in time, I know this was brought up and we're supposed to have an updated attachment. But again, it seems that it's not here. So ADA, we did already see that from the get-go. We noticed that. Now, in regards to the burial, this site is right behind Ganado chapter. Where, I don't know how familiar you are with Ganado, Apache County, or RA, that's a Panigi, that must be RADG, Shata Archical, right behind the chapter. Quite a kaya mini behind the Ado, if it's us, or the quite a just chart, don't a dance sheet not to put the I don't be balance for AEG Abba Aponoxen no what budget for even it's a Hoban Sanahas case or gravel hit or nature puts out some vehicle. Just the gravel, the store gravel there. What a whole it's not that then under each channel that will be a vehicle. So that I don't need it, the car it can do, put on ladle, point charge it, and ladle, and done it or the hig put out any can any window, I pay up a then upon the now so she because our infection indicated not the next vision without the later. Okay, now go now the ESC kill a team presenting any the play to she but the the not put down the upper kai a quotation how that team the overcar is and that we call about needs and a that a what ben hitch a is see door ben ishan at the whole the afternoon about needs and the indoor can't be the whole the hay bond for the Ganado chapter for adults that quite again that corner the nas they quite it's just chart the shinny it's a dungeon quite a head like the playground even us in the Ganado head start that head start building has been demolished. Not just for the other, there's been another site that has been identified for the Ganado Senior Center. Excuse me, Ganado Head Start Center. Put out on later Bakuni Zindo, big non-national the card that we don't see it's and that example. But
So with that, should be the honorable clause that justified your concerns in regards to the documentation. You want me to ask Mr. Halona? Shinatani, Mr. Halona, honorable also.
I just like to say that the nation has deemed this sufficient. And through Department of Justice, 911 Department, and OPVP. So all the due diligence pertaining to what is necessary pertaining to updated permits and things like that should be with the program, because our attorneys from the Department of Justice has reviewed the documents and made sure that certain policies are followed, because if it's a burial policy or just chat as on it or it means jail, there's certain things agreement, maybe agreements may have already been vetted through. So, but again, the program, our executive branch, which is charged with the executing these, they went ahead and deemed this legislation legally sufficient. So I'm ready to move forward with the vote. Thank you.
Mr. Halona, since you are Division Director for DNR, Historic Preservation Department, that is relevant to the site. Great Mr. Richard Brigade. I not send it that, this order. So right now, it's time I'd like to go ahead and, give it to you for a response. If you'd like to go ahead and, direct the department manager for HPD to provide the accurate, documentation.
Commissioner. Yeah, Madam Chair, I've been able to I'm Vice Chair, member of the Resource Development Committee. I'm very aware of this project because it's been a number of years working with the county to be able to get that project done and addressing the burial sites, rearranging the land, surveys to be able to avoid. So that took a little while. So I do know that they did get a cultural compliance form done. Perhaps when they were putting the packet together, they put the wrong CRCF in there. Because I know it was completed, that was done, because that's the only way they would have got an approved cultural resource compliance form. So Casey Union, GLAD would be the last department to make sure that everything was in there. Then uploaded that. So I just got through texting them to find out if they have the correct one. And but I'm sure they do, or else I wouldn't have gone through the process. Just for the packaging aspect, you see. All the people that you got,
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, give it back to, Honorable Clough, and then we'll go ahead and, make a recommendation of it.
The recommendation I would make is to get the correct CRCF according to Mr. Halona. So that should be changed out before the legislation moves to adopt it. That would be my recommendation.
Word final authority.
Oh, well, you need that then.
So, yeah, Shadeja, Honorable Claw sent the recommendation, and there has been also, a CRCF that has been issued for this particular site location. Rodney, if you could just put in the notes that we need to have the accurate, CRCF attached to the legislation, but it's time I'd like to go ahead and still request to get voted on now that we know that it was just a mistake on part of the staffing, as they are overloaded with work and short staff. So I'd like to go ahead and just take that consideration, Shadeja, Honorable Claude. So if you could just, Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, when there's a concern with that recommendation, first, we would need to make an amendment to legislation 0043-24 to swap out the exhibits, as the exhibit D in this legislation is incorrect. We need amendment to have the correct one attached. So, Madam Chair, members of RDC, I would recommend that this legislation be tabled as we are final authority until we get that correct legislation either emailed to us or be ready by the next RDC meeting on Wednesday. That'd be my recommendation, Madam Chairman of RDC.
Thank you, Mr. Tawny. That is a valid recommendation. So at this time, as Chair of RDC, I'd like to go ahead and just consider that the proper exhibits be attached. So for those sheets on the table, don't need until such time the accurate CRCF is attached to this legislation. So members of Resources Development Committee, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over here, Shepherd Cat, good to see you. The overstaff here. Before the motion made, table is. Shalom, how soon you can get that document, that's been requested by Honorable Delegate Paul, which can we get today? So we can table it, reconsider it. Reconsider it later on today. Can we get that document? Madam Chair.
Boshe?
Yes, questions on it. I'd like to have you go on.
Okay,
Madam Chair, Resource Committee, I will make the request to have them, email it to Rodney.
Takushi? So, members of, RDC, there is a request table,
Madam Chair. I make that motion to table this, that once we receive proper document to be incorporated into this legislation, and hopefully we reconsider, so I know we're going to make the table, what's your timeframe? I'd like to, let's say we reconsider before we adjourn this meeting, as long as we get the document. Okay. And I don't think that we need to have all the staff here, we understand the purpose of this legislation, and I think we understand what is needed, and the sister here, requested the document. You see, that's the for me as a delegate, member, requested the document today, so we can consider it, so I make that motion on that.
Takushi, there is a,
Hold on, for your motion.
Again, non-RDC members, for the exhibit D, article, that's correct. And this conversation we've had is that exhibit D is correct. And so the one that Shanale, Honorable Paul, the article, one of the recommendation was to pull that out, because it's not an exhibit. So omit A and A as part of it to show you guys where it's at, but I will leave it up to you, but the exhibit D, the actual exhibit D is correct. You have the letter from the Division of Natural Resource Land Department, and then behind it is the Culture Resource Compliance Center. Yeah, that's exhibit D. That one's correct, so there's nothing wrong with it. It's just the supporting documents of the amendment, but I mean, my recommendation, the communication that we had was just to pull it, but I leave it up to you guys. Because the main one is that one form there, the exhibit D. And then we can just pull this along one back. Again, yeah. 8 a.m. This is that one. You guys can make that amendment that way too, because the main one has a that back. So 8 a.m. So
Takushi, so,
discussion on tables, remember that.
so back to this discussion, before I can do it over to Honorable Otto. So there was already a motion to table this legislation to provide the accurate information. If it's brought back before we actually adjourn the Resources and Development Committee meeting today. Mr. Halona did mention that he has his team with, historic preservation on this to provide the accurate CRCF. And as we know, the accurate CRCF form is attached to this legislation, but it's the attachments that come after that, which is for another location. So with that, we already have a motion on the floor. And again, it's supposed to not go into discussion. So with that, I believe that Mr. Halona already reached out to his team. So we can go ahead and just consider the tabling motion right now. Back to our tabling motion, Honorable Simpson.
We are in order, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Delegate James, righteous, we gave that floor to speak. He didn't recognize my table motion, so that was not.
Well, I'm gonna recognize it now. Okay. So I'm gonna recognize Honorable Simpson's motion. So with that, may I get a second? Honorable Chair Nance, yeah. So with that, it's going to be tabled, and if the documents are emailed to Mr. Tahi before the end of Resources Development Committee meeting, we'll bring this item back onto the floor for consideration, Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did receive the attachment from General Land Development Department. I did email it out to the committee staff.
Okay. So, Honorable, Simpson Shiage, I understand that the team from GLAD had already, emailed over the documentation. So would you like to go ahead as a motioning party to withdraw your motion or tabling the,
Madam Chair, with all the documents that were submitted by that to the full committee here, I would definitely withdraw my motion.
negotiate? And then second, who is the second in charge? Honorable Chair, do you concur?
I just now received the documents. I believe that we just need a little bit of time to review them, and I do concur.
Negotiate? So with that, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess to review the documents. And we'll go ahead and come back onto legislation 0043-24. So take a breather. So we'll Bushy, and if we can, come back together, we'd like to go ahead and reconvene the Resources Development Committee meeting. And, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and, get back to the discussion on legislation 0043-24. And again, legislation 0043-24, and with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we do need an amendment. So if I could have one of my colleagues motion for the amendment.
Motion.
Okay, Honorable Otto. So at this time, do I have to get a second first before we go read the amendment into the record? Okay, so may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw for amendment to legislation 0043-24. And Rodney, if I could have you read the amendment into the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0043-24. 1. In Exhibit D, remove the 4 pages that reference Cottonwood Solani. Chapter 1 page starts with inventory report document. Second page is map of Mesa. Third page is a map of Cottonwood housing tract. The 4th page is a Google Earth map. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph section and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tawny. So with that, any questions, members of RDC, as per our dialogue before we went into a recess? I believe the deficiency that was noted with the particular legislation exhibit attachments is noted, and with this amendment that will address the issue. So if no other questions or comments, I will go ahead and request for roll call vote to amendment number 1. Going once, twice, take roll call vote, Roger.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Sean Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Vote screen.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, so how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto, so votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushy, that was for amendment number 1, motion carries. Going back to the main motion on legislation 0043-24, any other questions or comments, members of RDC? Going once, twice, Rodney, could you please take roll call vote on main motion for legislation 0043-24?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0043-24. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, so how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto, so votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that motion carries, and the Kahash not on the meeting for bringing this legislation before RDC, and your legislation does pass a Kahash.
Yeah, thank you, RDC.
And you all have a safe trip back to Venado. Yeah, going forward to item letter C, directive to the Division of Community Development, Housing and Infrastructure Department on providing the eligibility criteria for American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, housing assistance, and list of all the names submitted for delegate region, broken down by chapters. So with that, thank you.
That's where you're at now.
Rodney, do you need the directive right now? Or would that be? Okay, do you need to read that to the record? So do I get a motion in a second first?
Yes.
So right now, I'd like to get a motion for this directive to PED Chid. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Quah. And at this time, Rodney, if I can have you read the directive into the record, please.
The Madam Chair, members of RDC, the directive reads as follows. Title II Citation 2 NNC Section 189B.
Sure.
Committee directives shall be limited to matters such as committee directives oversight and shall be appropriate approved by a simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives that shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and approved by the office of the president and affected divisions within 3 calendar days of the approval of the committee's approval. Directive to Navajo Nation's Division of Community Development, Community Housing and Infrastructure Department Manager. The Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, Community Housing and Infrastructure Department Manager is hereby directed to provide eligibility criteria for the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, housing assistant. The department manager is also directed to provide a list of the individuals applying for the ARPA housing assistant and the individuals selected to participate in the ARPA housing assistant project by delegate region, and the individual's name shall include their chapters. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the directive read into the record.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, the directive will be going out to DCD and the Housing Infrastructure Development Program, Mr. Patrick Delaguy, and hopes that the information would be provided to RDC so that it will give more information. So with that, do we have any questions, members of RDC? For Honorable Otto?
My question is that, at one point, Department of Justice was saying that, listing is not required. And I think the issue was to protect the names. The names that the chapters submit to DCD. And, my thought is that, the names are submitted to DCD and, as policymakers, we're just here to appropriate funds for that purpose. And in this case, we appropriated funds to the, the 2.2 million equal distribution to each delegate region. So the names that was submitted from the due diligence from the chapter to community development. So as policymakers, where does the name listing come in pretty much in our side pertaining to legislative law? So that aspect should be a executive branch responsibility, and them to work indirectly with the chapters on the names. Because Navajo citizens come to the chapter first. One message, now it attends this message, now it had ishi a adi usually that edo the adi. Nike hodo peso chihita appropriations it be. Nahan his simple has anik aho. Ado kodone neje to ya behas ani il. So echo koje executive branch or pipang sabla. Ako she on o ADK the listening portion. I do have an issue with that. As an example, if we see the names, I need to thought need a bishop card the dog and be asking us that we are favoritism people that may, or even relatives that their main names may be on these lists. We call on sim. Oh, she's saying I'm not putting it out to say that all delegates, but this is just my standpoint of it. Because for myself, I chose not to see the name listing for my chapter because a Navajo Nation requested 4 names. The chapter submitted that. Akoko she e basis tito usually the heshi the dot check. Koden heil ade then give it out and the dot cut. Those are just things that I see. And but that's just my point. Just zinc. Akoko e be koko e ade but that. Hanas and e bansala. It's the chapter's responsibilities to determine the names. A aja a bichit cho a bika in naha yaliki bichit edit on sin. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's their responsibilities to provide that direct service to that constituents of that chapter if they apply for whatever assistance that the chapter provides. Alcohol or ape benish ade alcohol ade bebata si ibik or hanosh. In the shade of the Shaban, this case, the Obaha seat or Shizing. Not speaking about anybody else or anything, because I truly don't want to see the listing because I had that bishop how a that he did not need. The other Chon Hyonet clip. Yeah, Bishman and Nihyonet. Even though we appropriate and do things in good faith in the name of doing the business of the nation on behalf of our people. Not did not benefit the big haben baby called that one Haban Siskishan and just zinc. I'll saw the chat.
Kodoshi Kaha, Honorable also, Kodoshi Deja, Honorable Clock, Finch Arthur. So thank you, Shitsui, for making that statement. And I just want to be clear where this is coming from. So every Friday, the Navajo Nation Council, they have ARPA meetings with the OPVP. And these meetings are usually held at NDOT. Last week, the discussion came up regarding the CHID housing. In there, as part of the ARPA requirement, there's eligibility criteria. That's what it states in there. So we're not asking for the names of the individuals, but what we are asking this directive is to place a directive to Mr. Patrick Delguy and his staff to draft the criteria listing. So again, you know that there's gonna be, at the time, they said 10 houses per delegate region. So depending on the funding. One of the things that we keep hearing is due to cost of inflation, these houses might not even cover 10 individuals now. There might only be 1 person or maybe 2. So the question came up, well, how are you gonna determine who gets the house? And so there was no criteria that was presented. Now, what we did is we said, well, we're putting the cart before the horse. That eligibility criteria needs to be approved by RDC. We are the oversight. That we're not talking about a name listing, that's separate. We're talking about the criteria. How are they going to determine the criteria? So when we asked for that information on Friday, Mr. Arvin Mitchell stated that Mr. Delguy was at a summit and that he was unavailable. Due to the timeline of how soon these funds need to be expended, we requested to put this on our agenda today so that they can make it a priority to have that eligibility criteria listing come before RDC so that it can get approved. That way, they can go ahead and use that criteria on how they're gonna provide CHID housing for the chapters in the community. So that's what this directive is. And then in response to the names of individuals, as delegates, even if you don't want to look at the name of individuals that get assistance, you still get their names. Because like AIF, you get
a listing and it's populated through your email of who gets assistance. They don't tell the dollar amount, but the name comes in. The same thing with the chapter. In my opinion, it should be transparent because these are federal dollars. I know in my chapter, I have individuals that are asking who got assistance, who got help. And, you know, I think since it's coming from federal dollars, then maybe you just put their last name of who got assistance, because then you know the money is being used on individuals. So, it's kind of a double-edged sword at times, but that's just what I wanted to add into this discussion today. So I'll turn it back over to you, Shawna. Thank you.
So, Shahat on the need to speak into the subject and, adult, again, in regards to this directive. And this directive, was only just to, continue off of, Honorable Claude Shiage, Honorable Arullo. Delay that the enabling ARPA legislation, has only this, and that eligibility criteria was the first step. And the auto yago and nago, and later audit in kitty yago, it can be considered an audit finding or tito a date or late, but no, I take the yeshigash. So it yak by the off part that not be sure. So any other questions or comments? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. The directive here under C, eligibility, providing eligibility criteria, for this ARPA housing assistance. And then it says, list of all names submitted per delegate region, broken down by chapters. Submitted per delegate region. I think, this area here, my 6 chapters, I didn't tell my chapters that I'm gonna submit this as a delegate out of India. Later about that on chapters. Work with your chapter officials and your staff. The officials and the staff know themselves. The officials and staff know their community people. They know Hashem Bahajo Baki Hawani Zengi Yadhamson. Ado Hashem Dobiche Naho Tigi Yadhamson. Arbitasi, they wonder out there, few months back. And I pointed out to them, why is this elected official listed on the list? But in it. So this is a violation of ethics and government law. You don't get elected just so you could ask for things. And I told them, I had to tell them, you guys need to take this person off the list. I wouldn't do that as a delegate in it. And, you know, actually, there's conflicts of interest in many areas. So where is the conflict of interest in it? I understand we need to have a eligibility criteria. That should be up to the chapters to submit and identify which people are very poor, who live in dilapidated houses, who are homeless, who are in dire need of a house. And they submitted it that way, and then they did all these assessments, and then they created a priority list based on all these assessments. My chapters, we did it last week over at San Juan chapter. Each of my 6 chapters came, Chid was there all day, going through a list. These people, Delegate Nez, you have $300,000. Each of your chapters pretty much will get at least 3 houses. Oh, one dish did and a 3-bedroom house was like $160,000. And then a 2-bedroom, and then a 1-bedroom. So, and I saw some of the list, and it was, to me, it was fine because some of these people are less fortunate than we are. So, I'm okay with the directive, either way, as long as we're not meddling in the area of privacy laws. So, again,
Question here, Chair next. Honorable Simpson.
thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the staff and guests are here. Just a quick question to also the city council. And really this health criteria should have been approved before any type of assessment was done by the district attorney development. But when Mr. Department originally got to here with the staff, he said when he came on board, it actually really, he caught that. That he wasn't caught by someone, so that's why you bring forward, yeah, it should have been done in it's backwards. So that RDC having to approve the criteria, that's part, I guess this is my question to Mariana. That's part of the legislation of the council that was passed during 24th, right?
Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the particular resolution that the Navajo Nation Council passed is, let's see, on page 16 of that particular legislation, it's CJN dash 29-22, and page 16, when it's talking about this particular, 16 here. Section 10, approval of housing projects and manufactured housing facilities expenditure plan. Paragraph D. I will read paragraph D. The eligibility criteria for receiving services under the housing projects assigned to CHID, shall be approved by the Resources and Development Committee by resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate region. Madam Chair, that is for
Honorable Simpson, does that clarify your question?
Madam Chair, majority, yes, it does clarify. I just want to make sure that the committee knows that the criteria is supposed to be approved by Resource Development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Clock?
I just wanted to go ahead and add in a little more clarity as to why a name listing. During the meeting last Friday, we had the delegate from Shiprock as well, Colin, and she was the one that made the request that the name listing be provided so that, I think it was to double check to make sure that those types of infractions, like Shana mentioned about how officials may be unethical in submitting names. So that was a concern that did come up, and to make sure that officials were not submitting their relatives and family first. And that's how this eligibility criteria did come up. So it is on record of the delegate statement. So that was the other request was the RDC have CHID at least provide how many people applied for the region. Not necessarily their name, but how many, and then of course their name would come in there as well. So just to add that in, thank you.
Honorable Clock. Honorable Aruso?
We met, last week on,
Friday.
right, no, RDC. Last week the week before. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Delguy came to us. Did a presentation to the committee. And at that committee meeting, we're all given a document. And it was regarding the community development ARPA $50 million long-term housing. And in that document has what's being requested on this, directive. The proposal was given to us, or the presentation has a slide. And the proposed resolution, which the division director indicated that Department of Justice is working, they're working with Department of Justice on the resolution or the legislation. And in it, it says Exhibit A. It has a criteria listing here. Application and eligibility criteria. I don't know what it says. Even go. Station dikhi khat ishnan eligibility criteria, dates of application, application type, submittal process, application requirement, eligibility criteria, selection criteria, application, home site assessments, home size determination, or unless if we're adding another layer of criteria to what community development has already put in its proposed legislation already identified as Exhibit A. So basically, I'm hoping that we're not asking another layer of government red tape. I want to get rid of the red tape. So I don't hold it. So the right move should be sitting down with CHID on this document that they submitted to us. Maybe I'm wrong, but thank you.
Yeah, Shiash, Honorable Arusa. So, the directive, Ninigi Kodo, Honorable Simpson and Ms. Khan read into the record. That was supposed to have been the first step. Names have already been collected into the portal. So right now, Kodo, Honorable Chair Nez brought up that concern in yourself, Shiash, Honorable Arusa. You know, we talk about favoritism and, you know, we want to stay away from that. So what ARPA discussions we've been having on Fridays at the directive of Speaker Curley and 25th Navajo Nation Council is that we want fairness across the board, because that has been expressed by multiple colleagues on the 25th Council. So there was supposed to be a point ranking system. I don't know if it's, so Mr. Dalguy and his team are probably still coming up with that, and that document has to be okayed by DOJ and has to go through the executive review process on the executive branch side. So, like, Mr. Dalguy was absent at Friday's ARPA leadership meeting. That was a directive that was made, and that's how I reached out to Mr. Tahi. So now that this directive will really have CHID make this a priority, get it to RDC, and drop that legislation for the eligibility criteria. Shiash, so members of RDC, what's coming out. Chair Ness?
Chair. When CHID came to San Juan chapter, they had like a checkoff list. Each of the applicants, so put down there's like the criteria that eligible. And they vote on it, and there's their recommendations. So,
Yeah.
but you know, I'm okay with what's, you know, just going ahead and voting on it. If it helps transparency, I'm fine.
Yeah. Did you want to make a comment on the top?
Just to add in that there is, like, they did do a checkoff list. That's the eligibility. I guess what we're trying to say is their priority. It's gonna be a priority list of how they're gonna base that selection. So yeah, they all are eligible, but how are they gonna select the family that gets the home? And so that point system was the one that came up. So we asked CHID, how are you gonna select? If you have 10 people, but you only have money for one home, who's gonna get the home? Is it gonna be a person, single parent with 9 kids, or is it gonna be a disabled person? So that part, they didn't have an answer. So that point system priority is what we're asking for to also tie with the eligibility. That's the whole discussion that came about. So, just that part.
So, Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to see, going back to possibly as a council question. Since the eligibility criteria was utilized by DCDC, which was not approved by Resource Development Committee, I guess, is it valid to utilize the eligibility criteria you came up with without RDC? Now, how do we go about approving the eligibility criteria? I'm not sure what word to use, but do we use retroactive? What do you think? Again, that's a question, but going back to my brother here, Delegate Nez, I met six of the 8 chapters I represent. And I will tell you from how they did their assessment and put priority for each chapter. They, I don't give from, they did a good job. They did. They really did a good job. And when I looked at, I don't know about the names, but they actually had people that, you know, the chat coordinator were there, some chat officials were there, you're okay with it. Because the assessment that was, the application that were submitted, the assessment, they did a good job. And so now, just going back to my question, without RDC not approving the eligibility criteria, it was valid? I mean, how they're being assessed now, is it valid? Because we have not approved the eligibility criteria. Madam Chair, thank you, member RC Cat.
Thank you for asking that question, Honorable Simpson. So Ms. Khan, in regards to Honorable Simpson's question, in regards to this eligibility criteria, which should have been the first step. And since there's already been some assessments that have been conducted to this point, do we do a retroactive on that particular eligibility criteria is the question, Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, the Navajo Nation Council as a whole, through that particular resolution, CJN 29-22, gave a particular responsibility to the Resources and Development Committee. And that no legislation has come before you. And I would need to talk to my chief legislative counsel, but it does at this point seem like a retroactive resolution could be approved. Then the region areas would, it would appear, need to abide by whatever is passed at the or whatever is the legislation that eventually gets to Resources and Development Committee, that particular criteria must still be used, even though, but again, these are these are issues that could be, I could discuss with Chief Legislative Counsel with regard to the plans that have already been, or the selections that have already been made. But Resources and Development Committee was given a task by the Navajo Nation Council. No resolution has come to the council with regard to completing that task. And so at this point, there's a strong possibility of a retroactive approval, but still, once it gets passed, in order for it to mean anything, it would need to be used. And there might be need for further discussion about that particular use of it. I don't have the answers to all that right now without the discussion and without actually seeing the legislation, the criteria. So, Madam Chair.
Bushy, Honorable Simpson, does that clarify your question?
Yes, Madam Chair, majority, yeah, this is going off what the state council stated. We're kind of thought in the situation right now to, yes, we should be on the good job on assessing and putting these, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Now, I'm going to use my region that, you know, one chapter, each chapter going to get one home. Every single 8 chapters. That you can choose. We could very good one. So it goes back to that number 2. And how did I come in with you? You guys use thousand criteria was not really, appropriate committee. But that's my concern, so we don't, I don't want to start something within the nation that is. How many computers utilized, is not really like. Takes on the board. And but that can happen. But that's my understanding, how do we go about that to fix this? I'm trying to think of how we can fix it, and I really need to have my colleagues here to fix this too. So we're caught somewhere, we gotta fix this, this is my comments, Madam Chair, and then I see that.
Honorable, also you have your hand up.
Yes. So I think basically CHID, the legislation reads what it reads is that an eligibility criteria is required and instructs RDC to approve a criteria listing. So when the appropriation happened to today, no, there's the kid, even though it says RDC has to approve this, the division dropped the ball. The division is supposed to bring forth this document to legislative council or to the Department of Justice to create this criteria listing and have RDC approve this. So basically, I think that since at the time when they dropped the ball, they utilize a certain criteria listing that had to be approved by the Navajo Nation Council at a certain time. And my thought is, as an example, Division of Community Development has the CHID program. The CHID program is a federal program that is allocated federal dollars through a 638 contract. It guarantees the Navajo Nation, I think the current contract is about $1 million, a little under, less than $1 million each year. It only builds like about seven or six homes a year, Navajo nationwide. So that that was approved by the Government Service Committee. As an example, that Government Service Committee is actually NABI. NABI committee approves all governmental contracts. So in that government contract, that 638 contract that was approved by NABI, I think this may be that eligibility criteria that CHID utilizes on their pertaining to the federal funds. So since they didn't move forward to bring a criteria listing, I'm assuming they just picked up what existing criteria listing that was there and they just worked off of that. But this is that exact same thing. This is just me. It's not anything new. But the development of an eligibility criteria is that's what I'm saying, is that we should be asking CHID for a work session on this and actually figuring out how they're going to do this, because when you look at COVID and when you look at CHID, when they get their federal funds, it's based off of the point system there. But when you look at COVID, it impacted everybody. It impacted everybody's household, no matter what. If there were, if they were, making decent salary or not making decent salary, it entered every household. And I always say that, and I always say that income shouldn't even be an issue. 80 pesos no está, شلات الميل صوت شدت أني آدي بيسو جيت It's not held to the contracts, the 638 contract. So, sissy case. I think that the criteria listing that they have submitted to us 2 weeks ago with their proposed resolution that they indicated that Department of Justice is reviewing. I think this is the same criteria listing from CHID. And I think what should be in order is that we should be asking CHID to give us a work session pertaining to how this criteria listing, Exhibit A, how was it developed? And then there it goes into to point system, and that point system is already something that they work with. We can go ahead and move forward with the directive, but it's just directing them to do this, but we need a work session immediately with CHID pertaining to the resolution that they're gonna move forth, because what I hear is that this is ready to go. And I think they're seeking a sponsor, is what I understood, the conversation 2 weeks ago. So, yeah.
So members of RDC, so Friday, when we had the ARPA meeting at NDOT, this was a big concern, so. As chair of RDC, they did look to me as to, okay, how do we address this? So this past Monday morning at 8, I met with Division Director, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, and Mr. Patrick Delguy at DCZ conference room. So the review by DOJ has completed with the exception of the point ranking system. That's the only thing that is missing. So Mr. Delguy is supposed to complete that and put that particular legislation with the exhibits as it was stated in the enabling legislation that 24th Council had approved through the executive review to executive branch. It goes from Arvin Mitchell to DOJ and then to President's office. Once that is okay deemed on their side, legislation will be dropped. Now, when or how fast that's going to happen, I leave it to the executive review process with DOJ. Now, in terms of how do we address so right now, CHID, according to Patrick Delguy, has just collected names through the portal system. They have not determined Jane Doe to be priority 1. They have a list of numerous names per chapter. Now, after this eligibility criteria is approved by Resources Development Committee, that's when they're going to sit down and based off of that criteria will determine who will be priority based off of that. So I hope that kind of clarifies. Honorable Simpson.
Chair. Thank you, see, yes. I'm not sure about the information is beyond this development. Yeah, we met with Chip last Monday on the 26th, February 26th at Lake Valley. And 6 of the 3 chapter representatives were there. And the assessments have been done. And they already prioritized each chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. And it depends on how many applicants were selected each chapter. Some have 1, 5 applications, 6 applications were submitted. So they already prioritized. The 6 chapter represent very includes priority 1, 2, 3, 4. So now what statement was given to you that they have not done yet, but it was done for 6 chapter that represent 6 of the 8 chapter that represent. Because yours is connected and giving different information, and it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. I think we need to meet with Jonathan. That's probably the education so to see how we go forward with the work session or having a
Regular meeting.
Yeah, regular meeting.
Okay. No, we'll just, Shemai, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Council created a law CJY 29-22. It's not a eligibility criteria. Now, you drive down the highway, and you see the speed limit that says 60 miles per hour. To me, a directive is just like saying, obey the speed limit or else you're gonna get a ticket. Now, so this is not a legislation or an amendment to a legislation, it's only a directive. I'm okay with having a work session. Let's just give the directive because we're not hiding anything. My relatives' names are not on there, although everybody's my relative. You know, let's just vote on it and we should be okay. It's just that we're not amending the legislation here.
Yes.
The record, so if this is what the federal government requires, then. Chair, since you were there at that meeting, I would take your recommendation, you know, since you were there for us. And that's good enough, say, or and let's just do it.
Yeah, so again, a directive and, it's unfortunate that there has to be, misconstruing of information. It was like that for a while, but I had to hear it from both the. So, at Friday's ARCVA leadership meeting, Chief Joel Quack knocked with the phone tonight and asked him to put this in writing, and they haven't put it in writing yet. I don't know why, but maybe that would, but this directive will address that. Yeah, so, again, it was shared that it hasn't been prioritized because the eligibility criteria is not adopted yet by RDC as in the initial enabling legislation that was passed by 24 council. So it could actually not on so it should conducted. We'll go ahead and see when we can schedule a meeting with DCD Chid for more clarity on this. If we because we don't want to be held responsible for these names of how they were prioritized, if people were already promised. And that's one thing that I said I'm gonna stay away from as a delegate too. So understand your concerns. Conductor, I will reach out to you as my colleagues on when they would like to meet or when they're available, okay? So Rodney, if we can take a roll call vote on Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Ms. Khan emailed out additional information to be included into the directive. One of them is referencing the resolution regarding the ARPA eligibility criteria. And at the very end of the directive, it will say the listing of individual names who comport with the Navajo Nation Privacy Act and access to information to NNC section 81. So that'll be added into the directive.
Thank you, Raji. So we can go ahead and go for a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for issuing a directive to Community Development CHID program. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, so how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto, so votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. So with that, motion carries. Going on to item letter D, approving off Navajo Nation travel to attend and participate in a meeting with the Division of Economic Development and National Park Service on the Antelope Point Marina matters with invitation to the Division of Natural Resources and Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit for Tuesday, March 22nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. near Page, Arizona. Before I request for a motion and a second, members of Resources and Development Committee, I believe it was 2-3 weeks ago now, RDC had a meeting with DED at their building at Kerrigan and St. Michael's. And there are matters related to Antelope Point Holdings in regards to National Park Service regarding the concession contract, a co-management concept that the Navajo Nation would like to manage the marina. And there's also further dialogue of that 3720 line. DED's meet with NPS and also the Antelope Marina, Management Group. And the invite is to Division of Natural Resources. I believe Parks and Rec has been at a discussion. And also having legal counsel present, so the meeting, because as RDC, we have oversight over this, and I know that it's going to take legislation to address some of these issues going forward, so with that, may I get a motion? Motion by Honorable Simpson, may I get a second? Second. By Honorable Claude, do we have any questions on this particular meeting? Going once, going twice, Rodney, can you take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for approving off-nomination travel to attend and participate in the meeting with Division of Economic Development National Park Service. Honorable Shauna Claw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Claw, votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Lynn Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that motion carries, Madam Chair. Honorable Claude,
I'd like to use Rule 20 and our standing committee rules. This is a suspension of. I'd like to add on with the consent of my colleagues, item E. For our next regular RDC meeting on March 27th. May I make a request to have our RDC meeting at the Chiefs chapter? That way we're already in the area of Page and that we continue the meeting in Western Navajo. That would be the request that I asked to suspend and to make a motion to add item E and to add RDC regular meeting to be moved to a chief on 3/27.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Claude. So we do have, applied the suspension of floor rules with a motion by Honorable Claude to request, regular resources development committees meeting to be moved to the TE chapter for Wednesday, March 27th, 2024, provided that we will be in the area in Page a day before on the 26th. As this dialogue, possibly might go into the later afternoon. So with that, I do have a motion. May I get a second?
I'll second the motion that we amend the agenda to add the RDC meeting at the key chapter on March 27th.
Honorable Chair Nez. So with that, do we have any questions with this amendment, members of Resources and Development Committee? Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, have we made confirmation with the chief chapter before we make this? Decision?
Let me give it to Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, for Wednesday, March 27th, it's confirmed that Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs will be present at our meeting, to be at Division of Transportation. We will be required to go into an executive session for about 2 hours on one, report that's of great importance, and it requires the Division of Natural Resources to also be present. They made all the reservations to be in Window Rock on that day on the 27th. In addition to that, I've reached out to Vertical Bridge. They are also right now tentatively confirmed to be in Window Rock on the 27th also. That requires RDC to go into an executive session as well. It would be difficult to change it for them to move to Lachie and us to vacate the entire chapter for 2 reports that requires an executive session. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my advisement to the committee for reconsideration on moving the location on the 27th.
So, before I give it back to Shadeja, Vice Chair, that clarifies your question, okay. So back to, motioning party, though, seconding party, with what was shared here by Mr. Tahi. But it was shared here, what was shared here by Mr. Tahi in regards to confirmation that has already been confirmed by, is it the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
BIA, yes,
Or are they from Gallup office, the regional office?
yes.
The regional office and, if, the consideration is, yeah, consideration is to keep it in Window Rock. And again, I just had, assumed that it would be great to have, again, it's the safety of colleagues and the recommendation I see very valid by Honorable Claw to have it at Lachine, and again, trying to make ourselves more visible to a lot of the chapter communities across Navajo Nation. And if BIA has already confirmed, then is there a way that we could just bump them to the following week? Honorable Otto,
I don't think we should try to tailor our committee meeting around BIA. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, a trustee. They have government vehicles that could drive all the way out to Kichi and meet us over there. And Vertical Bridge has a contractor with the nation, and I'm sure they'd be happy to drive to Kichi. So I personally think we shouldn't be I guess turning moving our schedule to meet the Bureau of Indian Affairs schedule, because they need to see what is out there. A lot of the questions that we get from our constituents and those questions lead to the Bureau of Indian Affairs process, and it would be great for them to sink that in their mind as they drive out there to see how really Navajo looks. Just get up, Julie, like this, Jay, and I can't make it, Barney, get it, Danizin. Alcohol, even Vertical Bridge, there's an airport in Page. I'm sure they can fly out to Page. So I do support Madam Shimasan for her motion here to have the RDC meeting out in Chi'i Ate. The northwestern portion of the Navajo Nation. People live on solid rock. There's no water west of Highway 89 as you drive up from Highway Junction 89 north into Marble Canyon. Every day of their life, whether it's for their potable system or their livestock. That's not been our schedule around there, Hey, it's our committee. It's not the Bureau of Indian Affairs Committee. So I'm sure they'll get Tony Robbins out there. So
yeah, thank you. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague's request here. So Mr. Tahi, I'd like to go ahead and continue with the suspension of floors to amend the agenda to take the RDC meeting on the 27th of March and the GE chapter. And with that, if you can reach out to whoever was slated to be on the agenda to start going out that direction, and even with the executive session, maybe the chapter has a room that we can utilize for executive session. So with that, if no other questions, I'll go ahead and take it to roll call vote. Going once, twice, roll call vote, Rodney, for amendment to the agenda.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment to the approved agenda to add item E to new business, moving the regular meeting from Window Rock area on March 27th to Lachie chapter. Honorable Sean and Cla, how do you vote?
vote green.
Honorable Sean Incline votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Recognized, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that motion carries and, we do have, the amendment that we voted on. So, which would be item letter E. That is added. So we vote on that now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, with that, item letter E is, approving the Resources and Development Committee moved from Winter Rock, Arizona to the Chi'i chapter on Wednesday, March 27th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And again, may I get a motion for this? Motion. Motion by Honorable Claus and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of RDC, do we have any questions? Going once, going twice, Roger can take roll call vote on item letter E.
Madam Chairman of Resource Development Committee, this is roll call vote for items of 5E, approving the regular meeting to be held at Chi'i chapter on Wednesday, March 27th. Honorable Sean Incline, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Incline votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Recognized, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries. And then going back to, number 6, receiving reports. Letter A, report from the Sadie Wheatfields Farm Board on the Wheatfields Agriculture Project with allocation of the Navajo Nation Permit Trust Fund. We do have presenters, Ms. Marina Aldridge, who's the chairperson, Mr. Frederick Joe, who's the vice chairperson, and Lucinda Davis, secretary for the Sadie Wheatfields Farm Board. So if I could have you 3 individuals take the front row seat. The hot seat. Hot food seat. So. So we will go ahead and allot 20 minutes for your report, Ms. Eldridge, starting at 12:58 last. So you can go ahead and proceed with your presentation. Today we will provide a report on concerns. We have 5 items in our Sadie Wheatfields Farm Board resolution. The permanent trust fund income revenue of $5 million was allocated to the Sadie Wheatfields Farm Board and Sadie Wheatfields Water User Association, a nonprofit organization with 501c status. In 2017, to revitalize the hiding farmlands within the Sadie Wheatfields irrigation projects. In Upper and Lower Wheatfields and Sadie area, 127 land use permits and about 1,700 irrigation land acreage. However, due to the farm board part of the Navajo Nation government and not authorized to receive additional funds besides what is allocated with the Department of Agriculture, it was decided to have a MOA between the Navajo Nation and the Water User Association. On March 2017, an MOA was signed by Russell Begay, then Navajo Nation president, and
Aaron Begay, the Water User Association president, to allow direct disbursement of funds to the nonprofit organization, Water User Association. From the 2017, when dollars received, there has been impropriety. Number one, there was no clear financial reporting except a one-pager of expenditures and showing 13 deficits out of the 26 line items. An audit review was done by Navajo Nation Auditor General in 2018, which was not validated by the Navajo Nation prior Budget and Finance Committee members, only except as a report. This is evidence of what you give dollars as grant to the Navajo, to the nonprofit, the Navajo Nation has no control. See attached, one pager expenditure, which is, provided to you. I am a retired Navajo Nation employee of 41 years and worked in the OOC. And I'm aware if there's a deficit in the balance of any financial report, there's a caveat of special specified limitation of the information. Therefore, the remaining of the PTF should not be dispersed to the Water User Association and to keep within the Navajo Nation to track financials from allocated to payouts. The Navajo Nation has financial management system already in place as the Water User Association. Fiscal reporting is not reliable. Number two, the 1.2 million was expended for equipment purchases out of the PTF funds of the Navajo Nation allocation. Procurement was suspicious as equipment purchase were huge as the 127 land use permits acreage averaged 16 acres, which caused all of the LUP gates to be adjusted or cut by the Water User Association to gain access. The one-pager expenditure report shows equipment purchased with the permanent trust fund, therefore should be tagged as a Navajo Nation property. Yesterday, I was at the Winter Expo and Delegate Naz commented where we are poor to Native people benefiting getting a house built. The well-off are first in line to request for a house. That same concept is what we have trying to present here. So I am glad you guys are talking about transparency and accountability and looking down the road for what might and well happen. So this is what we are here to report. So I have my other colleagues to continue. Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and state your name for the record, please?
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, honorable delegates and chair, vice chair, and members of the RDC committee. My name is Lucinda Davis. I wrote Katniss Schneider, my distribution Duchess Chin, Ado Yahan, last year that you trade a look at national. Like what our chair reported here, back in 2016, 2017, when the MOA was signed and funds were dispersed, the Water User Association into the Water User Association account, they moved from the chapter house to the former Apache County District 2 yard. And since they are a nonprofit organization, they could not get a lease agreement with the chapter house. So the farm board stepped in and did a lease agreement with the chapter for them to be there and have an office there, which of course we don't have a key to that place either. So once they moved, they took all our documents with them, the farm board meeting minutes, the sign-in sheets, copies of the maps of the land use permits, and whatever documents that the farm board had, we don't have anymore. And this was maps of all the irrigation farmlands that we have, the upper Wheatfields, lower Wheatfields, and Saley farm areas. The documents were taken because the secretary at the time, the farm board secretary at the time, was really involved with the Water Use Association, so which she later resigned and took all our documents. That's why we don't have no documents there. We would really like to get all these documents back when they belong to the farm board. And there was a personal policy manual that was developed with the community members and also the farm board members, and also the land use permit holders at the time, but later on was amended without the input from the farmers or the land use permit holders or the community members, which caused nepotism. So members of one family was hired as the farm project manager. And then, of course, the family from that one family is the one that got hired into higher positions with very high pay. And then the family members also became board members. So that caused issues for us. So since then, we can't seem to work with them. So that's what this is about. That's my report.
Hello, RDC members, Madam Council Committee. My name is Frederick Joe. My plans are not mentioned. I'm from the Salem area, in the community of the Wheatfield Salem chapter. I'm here to represent the Salem Wheatfield's Farm Board. At this time, we would like to state our case and concerns regarding the irrigation project through the Water Users Association. If you look at the MOA set in front of you, there you will find complaints that hinder Salem Wheatfield's Farm Board from providing community members with the resources necessary. As an elected farm board, we work towards implementing Navajo Nation Agricultural Title III policy. And the amended MOA states that the water user is not in compliance with the Title III Navajo Nation policies. And this proposal was created with the intention to have the water users nonprofit organization to relinquish equipment and irrigation documents back to farm board. And if we're not able to come to resolve the issue, which is we're requesting to removal of the equipment and the documents from the water users. And if we're not ready to come to a conclusion with water users, we would like to continue to dissolve the partnership with water users, which was established in 2017. So at this time, we ask Honorable Brenda Jesus and Vice Chair, who wondered if MOA has been drafted, that's that we printed out. And so we Salem Wheatfield Farm Board would like to move forward in providing farm equipment necessarily with other services that we can help revitalizing idling farmlands. At this moment, there are 127 permit holders in our area. Farmers in the Salem community are not ready to give up on their farmland. As farm board members, we strive to help improve the livelihood of our community. With that being said, the farm board should be able to provide farm equipment necessarily to the members of our community. As the name farm board states, we be responsible board for all farming equipment that is stated in the new MOA. The members of Salem Wheatfield area should be able to contact farm board directly instead of being redirected to a nonprofit organization as is water users. Many of our community members depend on the assistance provided by the farm board. to continue their farmland. It is my understanding as farm board members, we are here as liaison for the community and should work with the chapter house under the Navajo Nation to provide these services. I hope with us stating our concerns regarding nonprofit organization, which is Water Users Association, you make right up what is most especially beneficial for our community members. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening to us.
Do we still have some time? I might say, eight. Yeah, 8 minutes.
Okay, as you can see, the one pager that we got from the association, the nonprofit organization, all these line items are similar to the Navajo Nation chart of accounts. So in there, you can see there's about 13 areas that are in deficit, meaning that they're overextended, like in the personnel and general office supplies, and then the communication, repair and maintenance. And then technology, contractual services was another area where there were contractors that worked without professional service contract. So that's one of the reasons why I believe it is a deficit. And then the equipment there, that's what we like for it to be tagged as Navajo Nation property, because this is where the money came from. When the council, it seems like this has been going on for quite some time. The Liz, Mr. Simpson, Mr. So. I think those are the 3 delegates that I am aware of that have gone from the 23rd, 24th, 25th council, or somewhere you took a break. But I believe you guys are aware back in 2017 or 2016 when Mr. Bates, the late Nelson Begay, and Ellen Begay, they are the ones that did the legislation from the floor of the council. That's how this money was allocated from the criminal trust funds. So this is the people's money. That's what we're advocating for: accountability, transparency. And that's at the end of the day, that's what we want as a farm board member, because we are elected as you are too. So if we can move forward and having the new MOA be implemented would be good. If we cannot get any direction from our oversight, since you guys are our oversight to the farm board, then we just want to have the MOA that's in place be resolved. So I hear that the other projects are having issues too, like the San Juan and the mini farms. So that's what we have today, and we trust your leadership. That's why we came to you guys, because we like to get some solution, get moving on with our farming. We have lands there that are, and our water is just going down to Chinling. And we like to at least have some storage somewhere to reserve. So,
Well, we still have 4 minutes. Okay, we still have 2 million there that's not allocated yet. And so there's only 3 million, but it was, from our standpoint, it was misused. And it didn't go to what we wanted it to go to, which was revitalizing the farmland. So we don't want the 2 million to go back to the same thing again. We want it to stay with the Navajo Nation and be monitored from there while we work on projects. Okay.
Yeah, we've been working on this since I started with these two ladies. And, this is a big concern for our community. And with something, with the amount of funds that is still in here, it's gonna help a lot of the communities in our area, especially with irrigation. We have concerns of other farmers in the area of Wheatfields, Lower Wheatfields and Saline area, which all need irrigation repairs. That community comes forward to us and tell me this is what we need. And that's one of the major areas that could help us as farm board provide services to the community members.
That conclude. That, well, our conclusion, yes, this is a report to you guys that you can help us and see how we can move forward. And also, there's some other issues that we didn't bring, but I believe Madam Chair, you have gotten educated on it. So those are something that you can share with the members. And right now, this is going to conclude our report. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your presentation. To the Safety Fields Farm Board. May I get a motion, members of RDC to accept the report?
Motion.
Honorable Otto, may I get a second? Honorable Claus. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions? I just want to real quickly before I give it to this. This came to the door of Resources and Development Committee by way of Vice Chair Carl Slater. I was called into a meeting at DNR and I believe Ms. Eldridge and other folks were on the Zoom, but some of us were present there. And again, under the Resources and Development Committee's responsibilities, this is under our worthy oversight to this matter. So with that, Vice Chair Slater did, completely give the authorization to give it to RDC and have us address it going from there. So Aben Mr. Chahi put this on the agenda, and I'd like to thank, the presenters here today. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor over to Honorable Claw.
Thank you. And I think I remember Miss Eldridge from, was it P-card or? For your presentation, our board members here. And I'm just looking at the documents that you presented here to us, and in here it says amendments to the MOA. But I wanted to pose this legal question to our legal counsel, Mrs. Khan. So Mrs. Khan, in order, to my understanding, we would have to research the current MOA. And then it would be rescind and amend, correct? Would that be the proper way?
Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, with regard to this particular question, the farm boards are under the Division of Natural Resources. Their attorneys, my understanding, are the Department of Justice. I would assume that the Department of Justice reviewed the MOA, the initial MOA, and would be the legal entity to present this proposed amendments to for their review. This is the first time I'm reading it. I did not read the initial MOU and MOA. And so with regard to, I was trying to find where usually in a document like this, an MOA, there is a provision with regard to amendments and how the procedure or the entities that are involved in any amendment. Just like in our Navajo Nation Council's resolutions and such, there is in the code that talk about with how amendments are done. Similarly, in this type of document, there should be a reference to amendments, and that is the first place I would go at the end of the document. But not having had the opportunity to see the original, and I don't know the answer to exact process for amendments, but I do know that the farm board is under the Division of Natural Resources, and I would suggest that the farm board put in a request for services to the Department of Justice. And I understand this is all online now, but that be the first, that would be the starting point.
Okay.
The other, with regard to farm boards and the oversight committee, I would, we need to look at what specific, where RDC comes in with regard to, and if at all, with regard to any sort of a disagreement involving an MOA that the farm board, a Navajo Nation entity, has entered into with a nonprofit organization. Yeah, I would need time to research that particular question. I do not have the answers right now with regard to that situation.
The other question I have is in regards to what was stated regarding the equipment. And I guess it does have to go back to the MOA. Mr. Halona is here. So if we could request for that particular MOA to be forwarded to RDC so that we can do the review. So just recently, during the last council session, this was a question that I had asked too, was regarding vehicle purchases. Navajo Nation was allowing $400,000 for a vehicle to be purchased for a nonprofit organization. And so if it's purchased by a nonprofit organization, then they do not get tagged by Navajo Nation. So I don't know if that's the case for this equipment. And so we really do need to look at the MOA to see what it outlines. Because if that contract went into effect with the nonprofit, then I think that might be something that is gonna come up. And if it is, then we should be able to tag it. So those are some legal questions, but we won't know until we get that MOA. So those are just the things I wanted to point out.
So before I give it to Mr. Halona, Shiash Honorable Officer.
I remember it clearly.
Yes, Mike.
I was the only delegate that voted against it. I proposed an amendment to, it was 14 million that was being invested. There's supposed to be an investment into 3 farming communities on the nation. And I opposed it because it didn't include Western. Western didn't get anything. At the time, the Eastern delegate too, I riled them up and I said, what about you guys? Don't you guys have farmers in Eastern Navajo? Oh, well, we're told just to support this. Oh, it's a year, I was the only delegate that went against this, so each of the 3 farming investments that happened was about 4.6 million that was infused into it. And I remember you are unfair. And I said, it's not that. I said, I'm just trying to get monies out to each agencies and allowing Department of Agriculture to oversee the funds. And look at what happened. There's already issues that came up in many farms first. And I remember telling my the former delegate, Key Allen McGay, Nado Trump is about Sani, Kia Aj, Shibado, Miss Abibado, Miss Ninayaj, Hashhold, Ebedition. Oh, I don't know, brother. I don't know what they're doing over there. No, Abidi Nish. I already foresaw this. Even before I see it, I opposed it. If you look at the votes, the amendment that happened, I was the only delegate. I even went to my Western delegates. Oh, next hit that day, this amendment happened or this portion passed. I tried to break it up so that each agency had equal distribution with Department of Agriculture being the oversight since Title 3 behind it. Alcohol, I remember raising the question under the CFR. Not chido. I'm assuming the farm permit. I actually it's not so shit. Alcohol but has any I remember saying we're in the Title 3 in the farming code says San Juan Valley farmer users, DINI. Or in the CFR, it indicates that particular user. Don't be so additional. Not so chip in this case, let's see, she's a farmer. The CFR recognized her as the farmer of that land, not an association. Inni. I even talked about Nappy 2 out in Loop. Based off of the water settlement or the water litigation for the Little Colorado River. So what what's that? But right now, I think that I need to go back to the MOA and retract what the process is to get out of an existing MOA. Whether the nation triggers that, but Title 12 has only that's the best chance. The procurement, the permanent trust funds. And I would really look at maybe DNR looking at the funds that are in the negative. How are we going to get out of the red and put the counts back into black? I actually don't think. Because right now, I would say let's use the existing remaining amount to get the account into the black. Because you're in the red already. Unless if there's a plan from the Water Users Association to say, yes, we'll get the accounts back into the from the red into the black. I should ask how you gonna do that? I think one recommendation is that we need to sit down with the Budget and Finance, not Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Budget and Finance Committee. And maybe we need to put a freeze on the account because I think the dollars is being held on Navajo and because it's held into object code to make sure there's a business unit. And possibly, doing getting an audit done on it. I don't know. But shouldn't lead it but Nast a sos nachrego, sos nachrego, I'm scared to look at what type of mess mini farm is in. I don't know about up here. Project tweet hotoche keo iniki at lo hot based on chete. Ako ita hodini ajo ya that keo she ya ligi chude dok. I know that the former the farm board was planning to replace a pump or irrigation siphon box or something like that, and I'm not too sure where that project is at. So epe hotape nash. Di peso ikish is not do existing hinte be peso da. These are dollars that come off of the permanent trust fund. Le that the permanent trust fund about the nen kuticha lima money alone da no not jaha di a shisha peso da no ha shin later us and I won't even see it in my lifetime. I thought that there was a chance now that we were able to get monies out, resources. We built facilities such as the gas station in Denahoto, the gas station at Shanto Junction, the supermarket at Ganado intersection. We completed the Bashes Shopping Center at Nahatatzi. They're doing construction at the new water treatment plant in Greasewood. Di peso Bishman's only at that of slow, but he Uncle and I think that we really need to have an internal meeting with Budget Finance Committee to see how we could try to address this or get a corrective action plan in place. We could try to fix this, because I'm not saying I'm not undermining the farmer. I'm undermining the organization. At that time, that organization had leadership that we're gonna do it. And open, and you guys came in and you were you took on what you took on their problem. And I'm sure that the nation's finances that's on the financial side, but Nike that keeps track of the dollars is quietly looking. I'm probably gonna tap on you guys and say, hey, you need an answer to these questions. So that's where we need to go as oversight. I had a conversation with Budget and Finance Committee on this. And then also we may have to get the AG involved too. Just to look at this, because if it were one of us, if we mysteriously took 4.6 million somewhere and had no trail, I thought I didn't know chotan hotzito listen do I did also a peso I that need or listen. I don't know can lend. They won't hesitate to say but we had a chance to give monies to a third party that was acting as a nonprofit, and look what happened. On the CARES Act, we appropriated some monies to a third party nonprofit. They expended monies outside the scope line of the CARES Act. Today, they're coming to the nation and asking, "Ashonish kaoche, give us kaoche." And the federal government is knocking at their door. You were appropriated this much dollars and you need to repay this back. So go, oh, what up in but what I'm getting to is as new board, I really would like to say that I commend you guys coming forth and reason why is that provides that transparency from there to the nation. And it gives us room to find a way to try to fix this. The only way to fix this is we have to shower it with money. There's no way we have to rob Peter to pay Paul. As an example, if it's a deficit of $1 million, I'm just guessing. We're gonna have to rob Peter to pay Paul. Say at budget season, they say, "Oh, let's take it from the chapter trust fund." Hey, it's just a chapter per peso for the dog, nah. Kid dog, ja. A peso llega, but yeah. Uncle even na go. Oh, without benash. Uncle dide. Let's find that course as oversight. And then I think Budget and Finance Committee will have their recommendation also. I don't know how far the Auditor General has got involved too, the acting Auditor General. And we don't even know if Department of Justice was informed too. What is their thought of this? Because if it's a MOA, this is a draft one. If it's a MOA that said, we're giving you the money and once you give it to you, it's your doing. And if there's no reporting mechanism in there, we just give that entity money without any strings attached to it. And if that's the case, that's wasteful spending. That's wasteful spending. That's just something to think about and oban to that case. Thank you.
Appreciate that, she asked Honorable Otto Selk. Honorable Chair Ness.
Okay, which yeah. You were should do is that again. What I saw, was he don't pull it. You could only get a report of Stagia. To me, your base bonus, Anna. Which you don't, the legislation, but I don't need that, not of Korea. They don't understand that. That's all you guys need to do is go to him, tell him, oh, no. Let me recognize our farm board right here. Long darn is. Watch what's it bit and that whole cases, huh? You can shanigaya. Not that old, you're the child, yeah, thank you, and have all power. Of course, you hold those, take a pen and is shut there. But is a nest, Gigi, not down, 20 farmers, that's a done nature. More that's later, and house grazing official later, so that's that. Already farm board, 12 and on the today, it other hunter. In the farm board, they don't have issues. They enjoy the work that they do along the river. I was whenever they have an issue, or they'll call me and I'll be there. You guys have access to your delegate. I didn't have the cut out of the student that has little face to face. I had that. I think it's the Leo Yoba, Joya. She family, Arosh, Naya. Dag avocado. Dag and Dave Misha. So they have often farming, and they with better house and they want for now. And that like so. All it is to me is I appreciate your report. I'll support you. Your delegate just needs to request a legislation. I'll clear you. That's it. Then we can look at it and say, look what they call it, how hard, what's hard on the agenda. No, I agree, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair Naz. Honorable consent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It means I see those staff reported by here. And going back to, it's one of the delegate has stated, and I read your way what the farm board proposes. And looking at the second page, number 7, it goes back to the authorizing doing research data and the findings. And that's what you guys stated, the findings. One of the things that in order for this project, the $5 million allocated for the purpose that the farm board and this non-profit organization require you to be together. So this is what you guys are trying to do. And I understand that data. So if you look at it, however, positive that there's a feeling due to division, due to non-profit. One acronym DOT is TWA and the farm board, the finance project division. So what you guys are trying to do is bring that together, and that's what you guys are trying to do, and I support that. I think both entities work together to start a success, and I agree with the auditor on that. Adequate and avocado board members, Nana, you guys brought that up too. Close relatives, avocado, you guys brought that up too. So again, auto, project expenses, food and service were not prepared competitively, especially if farm could cost you 1.2 million. You guys brought that up too. So, you know, at the same time, one thing that you guys really thought about here, family relationships, your board member, the staff who are lead by blood, and here's some constantly about that. So those are concerns with me. I understand too. I'm concerned. I think they need to be addressed. It's what you guys wanted to address, what the farm board is proposing through this memorandum agreement. And I support that. So I think Madam Chairman, I believe the farm board that are presented here today need guidance, and something that came up from the Office of the Free Council. How we proceed out to the city. So I think for me, proper steps again, just to pull off what delegate stated, is going to your delegates. You know, to make this a very, because again, you guys are under Department Ag, and this has been working to address this in a way to make it where it's supplies the work to become, let's say it's working with DOG, now with Department of Justice, and Department of Ag, on this amendment, proposed amendment to will be where it comes enough to where they can be presented through legislation that you know. So to me, I just need to work with Department of Ag and Department of Justice to make this a document that will be acceptable to DOJ. Because they said they're the one, if something happens within this document, DOJ will have to regulate you. That's why DOJ has to review these things. They can be a blocking stone, but I think RDC can help you expedite this in a way, because you still have about $2 million left to expend. And I think the division needs to come together to support people. So that's my guidance to you. Work with the Department of Ag and the Department of Justice. Then once it's done, go with your delegate and come back for RDC. This is my advice on Madam Chair.
Yeah, just speaking to the issue. Present the outside issue relay with say that Sheet it's hot dog, Black Rock, the Net Water Users Association, the farm board, not the name. They thought that's it, so I not so spend out the time for the yeah. Wala. Okojo, Ecuador, you see the Kodo. Department of Agriculture, so Mr. Neil Watchman, thing for me. I know that the farm board, we under Title 318, so. I don't know about these water users association, how they fit into this equation. Maybe we'll have an amendment later, I don't know. So, I would, be, calling to Don Ninigi, you know, there's a purpose of why you came to RDC. You did bring this multiple times to your council delegate. And, your council delegate did formally inform with Mr. Halona being president, I'm just gonna go ahead and relay this to Resources and Development Committee and have the committee address this issue. Do you need? I can hard to listening to your report and I do appreciate it. But I still do feel like there's still some prerequisites that need to happen. So you need to go, Department of Ag, Mr. Halona, Division Director, and Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. Veronica Blackhat. Kajol, Kwagi, Binyet, come back together and rediscuss this. I don't know if there's a current one that's already in place. This, any type of binding document like this, it has to be reviewed by Department of Justice for legal sufficiency, because you're not getting yourselves in trouble. So again, I just want to just put that recommendation out because of what was shared here by the colleagues, and I'll allow you time for a response. Let me go ahead and give it to my colleague, Chair Nance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Ila kuti aba hanna efficient yaharon taron short taron and already see Nekado Jefferson. That's what we're here for. I'm glad that you guys took the time. Now you know where to start. Madam Chair, we need a copy of the original legislation and how it was written. I was telling my brother here that the farm board, the San Juan River Farm Board, they have their own plan of operation.
Okay.
But this is a memorandum of agreement, and we need to just look at that and see if they have their own plan of operation. But we need to really dig into the legislation that was approved back then. So we kind of know, and they can guide this themselves, because they pretty much know what they're looking at, what they want. All we need to do is help them, and then the legislator can help them as well. So about these two, I think that maybe we can have a work session at Sahili or something with A&R. Yeah.
Look at your equipments too. Yeah, that's a really good recommendation, Shahashanai. So, but let me, before we get the next steps, do you want to go ahead and make your response as presenters here?
Oh, I'd like to bring up some questions or comments that you guys made. And I do thank you for remembering, Mr. So, Mr. Nance, the MOA copy Robert Allen DNR attorney DNR I need to delegates later. Ado, the sheep, the honestly. But before, the one that they need that, the Nina, Eyaha, and he. The deficit or that cheapy vision that of less than the Nikki she a out was nutrition. D 2022, yet that president as you chief. In the best of the IC, there who got air out action 546,000. A yaha of invoice, yeah, this was a non-profit. Although in the budget and finance, AIC, the division, natural resource, RJ, Skito, vision that much that they deem me directive that I need that. But without a yaha, out of the genuine that is, yeah. Ako a kreato a but then teaching how fish although in that he did a yaha a source a Mr. Robert Allen. Vote for a yaha Dana Barbara Thor Ed McCool she been Sunday. They did last for all schemes, so and they that's about it. They're not as legend. They need our skill of the otherwise, you have your own navigation. The new Nago a anti was on me a yaha document. I see her Josh Ted has big the not so skin on it. Ocean don't let me. In Kitty, we put this in the sender. Nation Yanadish. But the legislation, and sheep and not shiki. I didn't say to what's that? A yaha on me, a yaha, and should have council out here, but me, a legislation here. It puts it a bad part in the Hokish office and go in that IEC Department Office of the Auditor General in NASCAR. If we name Mr. Simpson by or kitchen now. They are so yada. The cut 20, second, 23rd, 23, 24, 25 council. After for just goes on. I speak of them first and then in the
I think that the Auditor General, they did not but what came out of that is, it was just a report. It wasn't really a detailed audit because they're a nonprofit organization. And that's why the Navajo Nation Auditor General said she couldn't really go in and get all the information. So that's why we kind of got stuck again. So I don't know if they did a report back or, corrective action plan. I have no idea. We don't have any idea whether the Water User Association did a corrective action plan on the findings that were found. So we don't know that because we can't get information from them. Even as far as our documents, they won't allow us to get all the information. Even as far as how the money was used from the beginning, we need to know because the farm board, the farmland right there. Nonprofit organization was put in there because, like she had said earlier, as a farm board, we're not allowed to get additional money. So on Kinhi account, then our chapter is not certified either. If they were certified, we could have put it in there instead of the Water User Association. In their account. So that's where it all started. They walked out on us when we we're having a meeting and they said, well, we're not giving you no information. We don't have to. So that's where it all started. So, Jimiko Abisnation, you guys have nothing to do with it. You don't need to. So that's how all this started, and that's how the over expenditures all happened. So, like she said, indicates out, there was still over 500,000 left in the account. But, DNR wasn't really, she didn't really think that the invoices were correct, but she was told to pay it. So they ended up paying it, and the majority of that 500,000 went into personnel, into salaries. So that really put this over again. So there you have, and how to resolve this and how to put this out of deficit, I don't know, that's one thing that we have to worry about again, So I just want to add that.
On board, so.
At some point, the nation is involved and it is through the MOA, it allowed the nonprofit to run the process. And but back to this, I think if the MOA has been reviewed by Mr. Robert Allen from Department of Justice, I would just recommend start the 164 process. Go through, so if you work with DNR already, get it to DNR and have them start the 164 process for you and let it go through the process, because at the end of the day, Department of Justice will review it. To determine the whether it's sufficient or non-sufficient. President he's required to sign off. Because with that, I'm sure the support's going to be there. But all I'm saying is that, to change to change the MOA, has that process that you have to follow. And then continue working with DNR pertaining to this. But the bigger picture is that somewhere from the nation, they're going to ask, how are you going to address the black accounts? We either reallocate funds that are already appropriated for other line items to cover the reds, or have your council delegate introduce legislation to take care of the replenish dollars into that certain amount. But I'm sure the other two regions would say, you got more money, we want more money. Now that it don't need, just things like that usually happens because, but again, I'm glad that you are addressing this. Don't get me wrong, and farmers need and I always say this. What is Navajo? What are we, exporting? But then we are exporting nothing, not even a single grain of corn. Then, meaning that when you look at the state of New Mexico and look at going to New Mexico, and you'll say, what's their export? Each New Mexico, the illegal inhabitant of Lake California and sent across the world, hatch green chili. And I always say that, I said, Navajo Nipah, each export, gosh, we have some of these small farmers that are nonprofit that are trying to export things and they're getting into the market. And I always say that, why isn't it that the Department of Agriculture is not looking at guiding the farm board to try to look at having our farmers produce squash, zucchinis, things like that, where they could deem it qualified so that they can sell directly to the grocery store as organic. You know, hoop houses, we are hoop houses now. The berries like is the winter time of strawberries or blueberries that the shortage of berries is in the country. And we're not tapping into that resource. And there's no direction of what type of economic export we're going to be doing. But then, none let the Kaya Hodlo live the card, Asho Nepit, Asho Shabit, Mexico, that's an export. But that's done through our enterprise. They're creating that export market. But what did the if years ago, that any neja 10 acres be hello, every day in that way, good. Asant it jalapenos, asant it cucumbers, squash, oh, what up, cow, that you could on that. We chip on nano, oh, cho, you. Lego, Kisan, go on the Albuquerque, go on the Quajo, Hajo, she, big at the Hajo, shin that. Well, our people utilize it, our people buy it, but some people, when they buy it, they take it home thinking that their children's going to eat it. Not the yada. Le bashes, there, Walmart, there, Nahazni, Iggy ain't Sindan. I was just down we're down in Phoenix. There's a company that exports, that grows the beef for Walmart. Our Navajo ranchers, Cortez, Lego, Togo, Cortega Farmington, why can't we make a contract with Walmart and we can sell directly to Walmart so they could to have our beef showcase, be sold to Walmart 1 cent. Oh, what on sick case. The Dohash either, Dohash is toast either. Only the now what abanda. Alayana, Onash, Dolo, Hajolela. The other day I was telling my mother-in-law, Leia a teenage quiet settled is hot deal that Pelagana campers bahudol are Kota eo. Some of them want to camp just to have a good place to sleep, a safe place. Oh, and there's not busy the Bahalota. It's gonna go on Yelp just like that. And those campers that like to camp in the middle of the nowhere in the dark would want to camp there. Those little opportunities which beso that be that don't see to ban city kids and then so the Hanyado Asho Shimp the leash then. Also how I couldn't the Shah hat Nisha. I get Kaya ya to huhude tida. Ya to huta adola andan to huhude tida huda niheho. Ndish so. Huda almost that economic opportunity. How can we take our Navajo farmers to that next level? How can we help our Navajo farmers such as once it's Sequoia, no ya nasjiji tarten ya hantane teto aro la na yisito the big no. I would rather buy this nest here than at Walmart. Oh, hata onash to see kids ade ade keda to sheki ade le de hade she hannen ni kendi dilo ade ban sita kisle but not da yard to ni hit ego. It's not only for the generation that's in that household. Chin benach be ban to the kid had so ke hanala ke benach did at a ye that no ye so no se ye that edo lito hajo ye ke edo only offering zisha. So what I'm not a farmer. They say tradena sha. Oh, ada abtahan yaje ani abo yaje ke that itlehende. Oh, what antahas. But you have tremendous opportunities if you have a farm, and I see that farm there, the soil is rich. You can grow potatoes, you could probably grow beets, you could probably grow things that you don't think that you could grow where there's a shortage. Never the Chibini had no Africa did the other that Nihinest export globally. I don't know, just thinking about it like that. And hard it not be good. But not a day yet. In that lad or little, they could be economically sufficient based off of that. Go, yeah. Thank you for bringing your presentation here, and I'm sure we'll try to help you as much as we can to try to get you out of this mess here. But I look forward to working with you guys. Anto.
So, yeah, since we have DNR Division Director here, Mr. Halona, what we need to do is, as it was recommended, is to get that original legislation for this, for Sadie Wheatfield, so maybe Water Users Association, I don't know if they're added to that legislation, and just get an understanding of the intent of that particular legislation. Auto plan of operation, I'm sure that Department of Ag has been hopefully alongside the Farm Board to give them guidance. With that, look at everything comprehensively and request you as a division director to Department of Ag to schedule a meeting with the Sadie Wheatfields Farm Board. Since my RDC colleagues are very busy, then what I would like to allow is a meeting to be scheduled possibly at Sadie Wheatfields with Department of Ag and possibly even Department of Justice with an invite to RDC, so that we're there listening to the comprehensive review of the documentations and how we came to where we're at today. And then maybe with some recommendations from Department of Justice. But I think one of them would at a later time have to be that we have to go back to Budget and Finance Committee with ADO. So if you can direct that to Department Manager, Mr. Watchman. And on the Shinginigi, they send 80 because your farm board cotton nut job. Okay, they need a shoulder. For don't he need kid on enough on in window here have biking his and stuff. So just with the recommendation that was shared here by my colleagues, then we'll go forward and see how this can be rectified with more intense review of all the documentations that are floating out there that is related to this issue. So since Mr. Halona is here, then he can reach out to Mr. Watchman, and I'm sure that he's got your contact information to schedule a meeting, but please tell Mr. Watchman to invite RDC member. This is the direction that I got from RDC, probably Mr. Halona, maybe through an email so that we know that that communication is starting. Okay?
Thank you.
Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that was there last night. I don't know what you're asking for. And look, we already gave direction how to go about the, explain about things, the process here. And once the process is done with division of natural resources, Department of Ag, and DOJ, it's supposed to go. Then either one RDC member or more appropriate for to delegate the sponsor legislation. But that's all. We know what you guys want. We don't need that. I don't think we need a work session, state meeting. Once we have a document ready, either one RDC member or honorable delegates, they will get the station going. And present to RDC, we're clean the way yet, you know, we can go about how we can either accept the way it is or make some amendments. So, we'll fill out down Robert Allen, JD, and it's a big start. It's a big start. So, Madam Chair, I don't think we need the work session. I just think we gave you guidance how to go about it and you get started.
Okay.
That's my recommendation. Madam Chair.
It's really not a work session by RDC. It's an internal meeting with you all, Department of Ag, DNR, Department of Justice. But whichever RDC member feels like they want to sit in and listen, I would like to as chair, because how many other farm boards are faced with this issue? And a lot of farm boards have been having some internal issues, and this is a great start. So but just do an invite to RDC members. It's not going to be a work session like this with RDC. Okay? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. When these monies were allocated, I wasn't a delegate at the time, but along the river here, I believe it was 5 million that was given, but it was allocated to Department of Water Resources, Shiprock Irrigation Department, to fix canal systems, things related to farming and irrigation. And that's where the money went, was to irrigation department here. So I guess money was allocated differently. That's why it's very important that we look at the original legislation. Thank you.
Yeah. So with the initial legislation, if that can be emailed out to RDC members as well. So Mr. Lord, I don't know if you want to add anything in closing.
Madam Chair, Vice Chairman of the Resource Development Committee, yes, they're all here, colleagues. We have been working closely with the Farm Board. This is something that we come into the office, we inherited, and we had our first initial meeting to hear all the challenges. And as you can see now, we've got to the point where there's a MOU that was established. And that was also afforded to the Water Association. We didn't want to do anything with it. And so we are going to be working with them to be able to move forward with the remaining amount. Also working towards any equipment that was acquired, because that was for the farm use. And so at that meeting, we'll be able to disclose a lot of the information and stuff, where we start, what we found, and what we're moving forward. So I just wanted to add that.
Oh, okay. Japoda, I thought he's already fast ahead of us. So continue working with the department, the division of Shonda. So again, thank you for the report here today. And again, just like my colleague said, Whenever, Mr. Vice Chair Slater is ready to drop legislation for this, or, if he thinks that it should be another delegate, then, just reach back out to RDC committee, okay? And, yeah, just, hope everything works out for you well out there. But going back, yeah. But with that, colleagues, thank you for your questions and your comments and recommendations. And I believe that, we do have, yeah. So right now, Mr. Tony, if you can please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item A. Honorable Shawna Clark, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Shawna
Yeah,
Clark
talk
votes
to you.
green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Alonso votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that. Motion carries. Going on to letter B, report from the Navajo Power on the Painted Desert Power Solar Project as it relates to the lease updates or lease status update and the Sheepburger Solar Northern Agency Solar Project update. They do have presenters, Brett Isaac, founder and CEO, and Clara
Hi.
Pratt, founder and partner, Navajo Power. So we will go ahead and yield the floor over to you at the time for a 20 minutes report starting at 2:16.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Shea Bear Isaac, Chair, Kiani Slim. She because she's funny that she's here, like woman should have it. I'm here with my co-presenter, Claire Pratt, and our team members, Cecilia. So before you, we provided, normally we put this on the screen, but we just printed it out for your consideration, just an update. We're invited by Honorable Delegate Nez to be here today, just to give you an update. As of the last meeting that I presented before you, we were still in the vetting process, and we're happy to announce that we've gone past that. We were notified by the vetting committee in December that we were allowed to proceed, and so this presentation is just going to give you an up-to-date of where we currently are. So we'll just run through the pages as it goes through. So just as an outline, we'll go to page 3. The first 2 are just slides. It's just an outline what we're going to present really quickly on Painted Desert Power update, the upcoming lease and right-of-way dates that we're projecting, the project timeline, and then proposed land payments. And then I'll hand it to my co-presenter, Clara, to do Sheepherder Solar 1 update, which is the project that we have in the Tzedakah chapter. And then we'll answer any questions if there are any after that, Madam Chair. So yeah, next page, the update on the Coal Mining Cameron Painted Desert Power Project is, of course, there's a map there. If you go to page 5, and, we had put all this land under consideration from the General Land Department and had submitted the legal survey and the documents, the compliance forms, and we were issued a land withdrawal designation for this entire area and began the 164 process for the lease packet. The lease was submitted in December of last year. Through the General Land Department, they request DOJ to do a review of the lease. And since that date, the Department of Justice has been reviewing our document. We were told to check in, I believe, in the middle of February, because that was when the prescribed exhaustion period of review would have occurred. But that time has since come and passed, and we're still waiting for DOJ to give us notification. We've reached back out to the land department, to Mr. Malik, his last name, and Stevens, just to get an update if there's any movement, questions, or concerns that the Department of Justice has revised. We are on our side. Currently, we have a team configured and are waiting and ready to answer any questions that the Department of Justice or any others may have on that. The next slide, which is number 7, which gives you the current status of our lease and right-of-way. And so all the items there, up to number 7, have been completed. So we are in the last stage according to the Navajo Nation's flow chart in lease and right of way and permitting. So for the right of way, it requires us to have a lease with the Navajo Nation, so they're sequential. So we've submitted documents, there's already consensus in place and everything's being reviewed. It's waiting for the proper procedure to go through. So what we're anticipating, and again, the next slide, if you go to slide 8, which is the upcoming lease and right of way dates. We're kind of blocking this out in quarters just because we're anticipating that we're not gonna have an accurate week or time that we can anticipate reviews. But right now, the DOJ lease review is ongoing. In this quarter, we're hoping that OPVP will have, sorry, watch this talk. We're hoping to have the OPVP legal review, to begin with, after DOJ completes their process. And then in early Q2, which begins essentially this month, we're hoping that the legislative, legal counsel gets the opportunity to review. And then a public comment period will be issued as legislation is produced out of that legislative review. And then we're hoping that in early Q2, that RDC will be presented with that legislation along with the lease documents and putting it under consideration for. Under the timeline, if you go to the next page, just listing all the different things that we have completed to date. The things that we are going to complete this year, and then if we are successful in getting those completed, what the next 2 years looks like. And so this year, we're hoping to obtain a lease signing. We hope our permits are completed and our final interconnection results, which are with APS, are completed as well. A power purchase agreement is under consideration. This project is actually shortlisted by a utility for consideration to purchase a portion of the power. And so if this project proceeds as the timeframe allows it, this could be potentially in line for, essentially having an agreement reached this year. So if that's all successful, then that would mean in 2025, we could begin construction. And so we've laid out a lot of these factors before, depending on the size and the variable, how much power is procured. This is up to 750 megawatts. And the first consideration is 250. That's what this initial utility is looking at. The utility has verbally said to us, they're waiting to see how the Navajo Nation process goes through, because that has been a focal point of theirs in working with the nation. They want to see that the nation, what the timing looks like in terms of getting a regulatory permit and a lease. That will kind of inform them as to how projects go through the nation's process. And so up to date, the utilities that we're working with haven't completed a project on the nation, although they have talked to other companies. And so we are one of the first ones being considered for this within the state of Arizona. The other thing that we've also initiated is there's an option in this that we've created for the Navajo Nation to be an investor. And we have had conversations with members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as the control of the Navajo Nation to weigh that option. It's not required. It's just an option we're opening that if the nation wants to participate further in the financing and capitalization of this project, it could be a good source of revenue for the nation. These projects are backed by 30-year contract agreements for power purchase. And so from an investment perspective, they're actually considered really safe. Traditionally, pension funds and hedge funds invest in this type of project because it has yearly guaranteed returns. And there's a lot of legal backing to assure that these payments are pretty predictable for a long period of time. That would put our commercial operation date somewhere at 2027. So it will take some time to construct, do all the necessary requirements for getting it ready, and then putting it online for power to hit the grid. So, and then on there, we have listed next just the proposed line payments. This is just for RDC's consideration. These are all subject to finalization through negotiation with the Department of Minerals and also the Department of Justice, as well as RDC's consideration. So this is just what we're putting up in terms of recommendation, but that is yet to be determined. At this point, I'd like to hand over my, I guess, the microphone over to Ms. Cryer. Madam Chair.
Okay. Vanosway, Claire Pratt, and Jackie, on the initiative of the Ghana Bush's team, one of the Honorable Chairwoman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. For the next portion of the presentation, we will go through the Sheep Herder Solar One project, which is the project here at Sedicon. The Painted Desert project, which my brother has gone over, is the one over at Coal Mine in Cameron. This one is based here. The next map there shows the land withdrawal area for the Sedicon Sheep Herder Solar One project. The green area is the original 2019 withdrawn area, 5,000 acres. The yellow area we expanded in 2023 with a land withdrawal. That expansion was due to when we surveyed and did some environmental review. We looked at some of the area and it wasn't available for solar development just based on the surveying and environmental concerns. So that's why we sought to have an additional acreage added. On the timeline here, you'll notice that even though it's quote unquote a little bit further behind in terms of when we started, we've made some good progress, and construction date is actually 2026, provided we get through all of the feasibility, lease and permitting and pre-construction. For the feasibility, we've done the interconnection filing, the feasibility studies, the chapter resolution, and also the vetting committee. We are right now in the process of working with permittees in the region. This project has been cited solely in Sedicon. So I know that up here sometimes there can be concerns about where things are actually cited, but the land department has assured us this is all in the Sedicon area. For this next year, we will be conducting the lease discussions, the chapter permitting, interconnection results and geotechnical. Again, like Painted Desert Power in 2025, we'll be looking at the investment and workforce development. There's also an option, again, not required, but if the nation would like to own a percentage of that project, that's made available for long-term investment and returns, with construction beginning in 2026, which is what we would like. For Q1 2024, we have done the withdrawal and lease here in Sedicon. The chapter resolution for support was obtained this last October. We kicked off our permitting outreach in November, and that is ongoing. We have 4 of 7 consents in the area signed. So we're lacking those 3. On permitting, we do have cultural and biological forms ready to submit to Fish and Wildlife and Historic Preservation. Interconnection and offtake, our results are expected in May, so anytime now with PacifiCorp. And Navajo Power and AES are evaluating the feasibility for offtake from WAPA and NTUA. So that's kind of where we're at for the solar project to date here. With that, I'll turn it back over to Brett for the project benefits portion piece.
So we wanted to just make sure we're talking about all the activities, because Navajo Power now comes up in a lot of conversations. So we wanted to talk about some of the benefits that, one, we are committed to, but also that are currently actually ongoing. So if you go to slide 16, Navajo Power Home. A year ago, we launched a company called Navajo Power Home because one of the requests from a lot of the stakeholders was, how do we get power to places that don't have power? How can they access power from these big energy projects? It was a big concern that there was still a lot of people, particularly in the former Benner Freeze area, that were still lacking access to affordable power. That company has been installing systems over the last 1.5 years and has completed about 180 homes since August of last year. We are starting a process this month actually, with the Navajo Land Commission office. We received a grant through the USDA, and we also received assistance, additional matching funding from Indian Collective. The power, 150 homes was subsidized off-grid power in the former Bennett Freeze area. So we are working with the 9 chapters as well as with Executive Director Sarah Slim to identify the homes. The criteria we've established there with the USDA is that we're looking for veterans, elders, low-income, single-parent family head of households, just areas that have tremendous need. Working with the chapters to establish a priority list so that we can address some of the most vulnerable residents that we have in that area. The chapters have been responsive and the first installations began actually in February. And so that project hopefully will have, the goal is Navajo Power Home will have high, objectively, we want to get 400 homes electrified this year with off-grid solar. And we have our first 200 nearly done. So we're really excited about that. And then from the Navajo Power side, Navajo Power is the parent company to Navajo Power Home. So from our development arm, using our momentum to be able to bring, you know, what attention we're bringing nationally to this conversation, we're using to help bring resources to help people with electrification. And so that's also helping a lot of our partner chapters bring awareness to some of their concerns and then applying resources to that at the ground. So if you go to the next slide, the upcoming lease and right-of-way dates, just for the consideration of the committee here, these are just dates that we're putting and reaffirming with you that, you know, the legislative review, we're expecting that, you know, DOJ will have that over in early Q2. And then, you know, if all things go well and the legislative process goes through, once the explorers process goes through, in Q2, we're hoping to have a vote in front of RDC. So after that, contact information, thank you for your time. And one final thing is we have an appendice on the back. Our Sheepherder Solar One project was actually, we were notified by the land department that another company, Greenview, which is doing a hydrogen pipeline, has proposed a way route through our way. We have had conversations with them, but we just wanted to flag that for your consideration that we are aware of that. We haven't decided anything. We asked them for details and we're sharing information. But in terms of, you know, where we're at with that, we already have a withdrawal. So Greenview would have to work with us in order to either work with us on the siting, or they would have to reroute somewhat around our existing project. For us, the motivating factor is we do what the community is asking of us. And so if they wish to support both projects, we will find a way to work with that. But it's all kind of factored into like what is needed. And I know they're still going through their diligence process. And so we just wanted to let RDC know that because they're probably presenting you with information as well. And so that land withdrawal is already completed and we've already gotten consensus in that area. So with that, Madam Chair, members of RDC committee, I appreciate the time and really appreciate hearing all your business getting done today. It's great to see the nation at work. So yeah.
But you do have 1 minute left, so.
We'll reserve our,
We'll reserve.
give our time. I think people are ready to go home. So
Okay.
we'll contribute it back to that.
Well, I appreciate your presentation. Members of Resources and Development, do I get a motion to accept the report from Navajo Power. Motion by Honorable Danny Simpson, do I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto Stowe. Members of RDC, do we have any questions? Going, Sean, Honorable Clough.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac and Ms. Trapp for the presentation here today. Just a few questions. I know that, you stated that you are almost there with the leasing and then also, based on the payment, was that a number drawn by the minerals department or is that what your proposed map is? And it hasn't been definite, right?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's not finalized and it's a combination of taking the input from the minerals department. We were fortunate initially that we caught the last days of Mr. Akhtar when he was at Minerals and then worked with Mr. Rovina Jeremiah currently to present numbers. All we've done so far is just present our options and using best market studies and data, working with them on that. Also, we have worked, you know, one of the other factors in this and just something that Clara can probably speak more to. One of the issues impacting that is taxes. And so there is a proposed tax legislation that I believe Delegate Slater is working on that is kind of a companion piece to this. The tax impacts as is the way that our project finance and legal team understand it, make projects in the Navajo Nation very, very difficult to finance. Because they're extremely high compared to the state of New Mexico, Arizona, Utah. Any place where we have land bases, right adjacent property has a different tax regime. And so we worked in partnership with other companies as well as Intech and others to be able to give guidance and advisement to budget and finance and to really to Delegate Slater to think about that tax issue. But that being said, you know, there are options going forward in terms of there could be potential for a pilot agreement, a payment in lieu of taxes. But those numbers that are on there are using what we would call our worst case scenario. One of the factors is the bad word dual taxation. The fact is Coconino County, which is where this project is located, according to all of our research and diligence, is going to have access to tax. There's a taxable provision in energy projects on the nation. Our preference is that the Navajo Nation and the state of Arizona work out some sort of agreement and figure that out, but we know that that takes time. So in the interim, what has been recommended is that Delegate Slater has put together legislation that, based on the best advice at the time, we feel will address this. But it's an ongoing situation that the nation continually is subject to the state of Arizona's kind of tax regime as well too. In New Mexico, it's a bit different. There's a different, as you may know, there's a different tax agreement with the state of New Mexico and the Navajo Nation. So for our sheep herder project, there's a whole different scenario. But this one that we're looking at, that companion tax piece, which you have a one pager there, just kind of briefly describes what we think is the best option to move forward. These are, again, recommendations that we feel from an industry side. This would give the best chance for the nation to realize a lot of these projects, not just ours, but other projects as well, including Navajo Nation enterprises like Intech and NTUA. This factors into making sure that they have projects that are competitive and that are built with protecting the nation's interests as well too, and ensuring that money generated stays within the area that it's developed in. Okay, I do.
Okay, the other question, well, it's not necessarily a question, but last week, members of the RDC did travel to the 2024 Clean Energy Tribal Summit. During one of the presentations, I sat in with the IRS. And during that time, I did hear about the tax credits, the tax incentives that are given to companies that are proposing renewable clean energy. So, you know, so I kind of find it a little hard to believe when we're talking about dual taxation. I would have to see the numbers to believe that. So that's just one thing that, you know, I learned last week. We do hear, you know, from other tribes on how they are proposing some of those clean energy projects. And then also turning brown to green. That was one of the things we've heard from one of our esteemed engineers, Miss Sandra Begay, who's the daughter of the late Edward T. Begay. And, you know, it made me think about so much of our lands here that are not usable for grazing, but that could be changed over. And I think that, you know, we as a RDC, we have been in discussion to think about creating a Department of Energy. I think that's one thing that we will put as a priority. I'm glad that, you know, a lot of our members did attend that summit. In addition to that, we had 3 Navajo women who were talking about industry, in that industry. So Rowena Cheremiah was one, Sandra Begay, and then Wahela Johns. So I believe that Navajo Nation does have the expertise and they do have the leadership capability. And we are, looking towards that. Right now, this is my personal opinion, is that a lot of these energy companies are finding loopholes and finding ways to maneuver their way into the Navajo Nation without really any accountability, and then also payments to the nation, which to me is necessary to generate revenue. A lot of times we hear from companies saying they don't want to pay right-of-ways. It's gonna, like one last presentation we heard is it's gonna cut off 126 families, and it was 7.2 million. When you think about that, 7.2 million coming back to the Navajo Nation, we have tribal departments that run on $300,000 a year. And they serve 100 to 500 families on that amount of money. And if that 7.2 could come back to the nation, just imagine how much direct services we could provide. So, I'm one of those delegates that will always question it. And I don't sit on the fence about it. I do know, and I do my research, and I have to look at numbers. So I'm glad that, you are paving the way as a Navajo entrepreneur. I do appreciate that. And so that's just some of the things I just want to inform the public here, because, when we do our work as RDC, some of it requires time away from the reservation. But we're not just out there, we're bringing back that information and we're applying it here with our jobs here on the nation. So I just wanted to add that in, and then also, just to say thank you for this presentation. And I was, when you come before us before, you had it on a PowerPoint, so that's what I was just wanting to say. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Clough.
Respond. Thank you for the words and the reminder about efficiency. It's one of the reasons we got into this was we saw what companies, particularly finance companies, were making on projects in the nation. One of the reasons we offer the investment opportunity to the Navajo Nation is traditionally that's financed by tax equity partners. And there's a small handful, and usually they're Wall Street companies like BlackRock that finance that piece, mainly because they have that kind of cash on hand. But our kind of thesis is that developers and development traditionally don't open those doors for the nation or tribes to participate. We're taking that initiative to set that as a standard. So we hope that other developers also do the same thing and give the nation a chance to invest into projects that benefit its people and then recover that revenues. Another instance of that efficiency is, for powering 100 homes that we're doing through USDA, we're doing that with a $2 million grant. For us, we can take that $2 million and stretch it. And then what we also did is we're partnering with a group to monetize those credits that you're talking about. Because there's credits that we're able to sell for offsetting carbon. Then we take that money, which was about $70,000, and put it back into the same pot so we can empower more people. So the goal and the objective is that we want to be able to use these financial techniques that have been kind of used on us to benefit us, but also to put them into practice so that we're very comfortable sharing how that works. The other thing we've done is we've given work sessions with the new head of the Office of Tax, Effie Anderson. Yes, Tax Commission. We're totally comfortable offering that same information we provided to them in work session format to RDC, if you would like to see how that affects projects, because ultimately you can't really separate the tax and the lease payments because all that money kind of weighs on each other. And so when we're talking about mineral setting pricing, knowing what the effects of taxes also impacts, the overall project cost and viability. And we want to just inform as much as we can any any office department or program of the Navajo Nation that wants to hear more information. So if you're open to it, we can provide, an industry kind of perspective on what the tax regime currently is, what ideally it would look like and how we would get there. We've given those recommendations to the tax commission. And we're working with them on trying to, improve upon that. So just something to present to the committee here.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. So with that, thank you for the report, and I know that, just off of what Honorable Claw had mentioned, with that Clean Energy Summit last week, with renewable energy companies coming our direction and knocking at RDC's door / Navajo Nation. One of the things is that, APS is they have a portal with the state of Arizona for any renewable energy. And I don't know if the company right now is currently in the queue for, with APS's module, so would to, abide by the FERC regulations, which is good. Second is the other option that the Navajo Nation is wanting, and I think this would be a discussion with the executive and legislative branch regarding Navajo Nation wanting to have that ownership in hopes that we do get a direct pay back to Navajo Nation. How we're gonna do that, that would have to be a discussion with president and also possibly some of the renewable energy companies that really are here for the best interest of the Navajo Nation and our constituents. So I just wanted to add that, and I do appreciate your presentation. Anyone else, Honorable Ottoso?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Brett, for your presentation, Clara, coming before the committee. I think this is an example of what every tribal chairman and every presidential candidate always says. This is a prime example. And for years and years, the nation has only opened the doors to non-Navajos, just because I believe the expertise feel we didn't have it at that time. They're engineers, they're lawyers, they have different type of they're architect, they're everything. But what the just close the door at him and say, oh, you're not legit, or whatever the issue is. Or maybe you didn't proceed to my donation account when I was running for office, or I don't know. This is stupid. But I think that, somewhere we have to open the door for our own Navajo professionals, and all the son's an engineer, or he's a civil engineer major. He's finishing up, and he saw the same thing. He said, the nation ain't gonna give me an opportunity. They're not gonna hire me. I might as well just try to work with BSNF Railway, and they can pay for my scholarship, for my education, and I can give him 10, 20 years, and I can get a benefit off of them, retirement through the union. Navajo Nation has a history of closing doors on Navajo, our Navajo children who come back to the nation to try to provide something. We shouldn't, the nation shouldn't be saying that. Even in the health field, you go to the hospital here, we have Navajo nurses out there. I have a little brother who's a doctor. Já e kodonaka, ado kichini, kodo kichini dan Stokely's. You know, and you went to school on the Indian House Server Scholarship, and there's a position here that one of the first draft rounds that he wasn't be selected, he wanted Shiprock to come back to. They didn't select him. So they sent him to San Francisco. He's a medical doctor there at the at a trauma-3 facility site. And it's very sad to see, you know, to see that. And nurses and we have Navajo nurses that are there, respiratory therapists, professions that we need then. Aro apit nenana ta hol chino yandi khanan iti nana sa ina ba ad ina ba khana sa yet no aro ba na hachel na bo ha shi aje shi ya ta hajna ya na kai e ba and it's really Kaasido na when Brett and Miss Clara, these people came to the nation, that's what I said at that one time. At that time, the door was closed on me. Our own Navajo president closed the door on me at that time, and I just said, "Ashik, maybe it's a you scratch my back and I'll scratch your back deal. I don't know." But what I never Washington, they pick and choose who they want to work with. And I always say that too. You know, I think that if we have whether it's setting up an alternative mechanism to get lease payments out to the actual permit holders, the landlords, or, you know, the current system that we have to look at to amend it. But again, you know, moving forward, we have to find a way to make room for our children. We might as well just say, don't come back. You know, put a door at put a sign out at the entrance of the reservation and say, you don't come back. You know, I think that our Navajo entrepreneurs such as in the power industry should at least have have their feet in the door and the you know, going for these bids, you know, and then we have NTUA that's out there too. Why don't we allow our own kids to do that too, along with NTUA? Maybe it's someone that's thinking that I want to have the absolute authority to move power around on Navajo. Maybe that's the mindset. But if you have a power purchase agreement set in place for 30 years, you already identify where that power is going to go, and your sales are guaranteed by a certain amount. As an example, say if California wants that power, just as an example, you know that state is deemed by law to be all solar free or solar and green energy. They can't use fossil fuel. So you have a better chance to send that into the market into California. So those are just examples. I look forward in reviewing as you guys moving your projects forth, and I support Navajo entrepreneurship, and you know, and you're in there for many years, getting your feet wet, or you understand. But again, I appreciate it, and for myself, I do support you guys for your endeavor. And at the end of the day, is to try to heat, supply electric to homes out there. But again, that's a whole nother issue there. And maybe create another utility company. Maybe that would be good, huh? Create another utility company that could, I would say that, and you bring it in and have it light up hot back here, and you disconnect into UA. Instead of paying into UA, you pay a Navajo Navajo person who owns the electric company. Just like the farmer. I would rather buy the fresh produce off the farmer than at Bash's or at Walmart or wherever. Because they in return recycle that money to benefit their children. That money is being returned a couple of times on the nation before it leaves the nation. I call instant. I get a second opinion from when I need a second opinion, I ask my sheepdog, and my sheepdog gives me an answer straight out. I don't know the gears. What even now, but I really appreciate it. Continue to do good and your projects will benefit now people. Because need it, need that. Because net okay. A lot of people don't understand that. They never got their power shut off. They never struggled to try to make their car payment. They never try to struggle who's going to babysit for them. And then, don't legal quota only the oti dinner sort of not on so say happening. It's not the case. Later who wants to only technology corner Raymond Cow, yeah. We're going to accord it and arbitration. They big I should die. Work with him for many years. Those are things like that that I see. How many of you guys here in Hogback know Raymond Clark? Yeah. He was a man that brought water, sewer, septic system, community water to people's home here in Northern Agency. Don't lean on there. One nest is on hundreds. What are we bounce not on each alone? Necado. A bahashne. The Naya when is the needs a year, but don't ye. Try that, but all by it. There's only the ahode. Laid at egg, on the when the courtyard. Ish kate. A mother a chinny another cat talk. Nay cat of Kaishit ask Kate. Because they had egg of Adi, yet no, yet or yet no. Yet next hour a asho again the clado that a bit ego. Onsen Bashnet Ado Hajina San Etan. Ladies to Dostani. Oh, none can you not star ya that. Ish. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Isaac and Mr. Pratt, for your presentation.
We do wish, well for, the endeavor and solar development here on Navajo Nation as renewable energy, having that equity on Navajo on this project. Thank you for the update that the vetting team finally got back to you all. So with that, if no other questions, Honorable Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I just want to make it brief here. Thank you, Navajo Power, for the food. Kevin and Menachem. Yeah, Teho. Pero, getting that we do not know when getting that from that. I was Cecilia, thank you, and Lydell, the fellow, we say now. All back, but on a village of solar power, I do actually Nagi, I have to be going and get my son. Bajo Gilo Shake, but I pay very name, but they all a chapter. But all consent permittee after one now is law a idea that us. So, what I don't know, so, okay, Madam Chair, back to you.
Oh, thank you. It's good lunch, healthy lunch. Appreciate that. Again, we're here, to support. We don't want to be a barrier, so we're trying to, assist where we can. So thank you again. If you've been Dr. Kuhn, we can go ahead and take it to vote, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving report from Navajo Power. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottosa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you so much. You have a great afternoon. Going on to item letter C, a report from the Division of Natural Resources on the transfer of the Navajo Nation Fair Office to the division itself, which includes all personnel, budget, and operating equipment and the fairgrounds facilities. Presenter, Mr. Mike Halona, Division Director. And Mr. Halona, it was mentioned earlier that since we're not going to executive session to share just, pertinent information with us that you feel like you need to share here with us this afternoon. So we can go ahead and allot you 20 minutes, Mr. Halona, for it's a long time, 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not gonna take that long. Well, yeah, enough, Madam Chair. I Vice Chairman of the Resource Development Committee and guest staff resident, yeah, education that. Just, I guess briefly is that the report from the fair office. Back up a little bit. Several years ago, I was put in an acting position for DNR right when the fair was going, it started. The first 2 weeks, it was chaos. That's how come this is not here right now? That was my experience, is that we had a whole year and was 11th hour and we're trying to get things going. But with that knowledge, last year, when we took over, when I was appointed to DNR, we started looking at what are the challenges and being able to get things moving. But there's some outstanding debt, there's some question as to funding aspects of it, operational aspects. Some of the areas weren't addressed. And so it was, pretty much everything was in place. They had a multi-year contract for some of these things. So there wasn't really much maneuver. They all expired this past year. And so one of the challenges I think we had to look at was the operational management aspect of it. Where we got to was due to the fair office not receiving the attention that it needs to be able to do their work, that it was mainly being handled by the Department of Agriculture, which was under, which the fair office was placed under, being moved out of Parks and Recreation several years ago. Then it went into Department of Ag. And so we started looking at that, and one of the big things was, I'll just share with you real briefly, the financial of the fair. So there was a PRCA rodeo, there was a PBR, and then the INFR, and then there was an Navajo Nation fair. And so we started looking at each aspect, and then we waited for this report, and by contract, they had to close their books by mid-December. And that's when they did, and that's when they provided us the report. And after reviewing the reports and stuff, that's when we knew that we had a crisis situation, that the fair office needed to be taken out of a Department of Ag. And so we could get a better handle on how it had been operating. So we looked at all the finances, talked about all the revenue received, all the sponsorship received, and then we took the events. And so we brought on a team, Zion Enterprise, that then took this information, dissected it. And, you're welcome to come to DNR. If you go to the small conference room, we'll see it all the way around that whole thing. We dissected the whole thing. Each event, how much money was allocated, how much was actually spent, which one brought revenue, all of that. And because after it's said and done, I think we had, overall was like $4.4 million. We ended up closing out net income with $240,000. So that's when we made the administrative decision, is that we're gonna put it under DNR, but we started looking at everything. Meanwhile, there are some unpaid expenses that we're dealing with, and we'll continue to deal with until we get them all squared away. Some are very troublesome, up to 50,000, another one 98,000, another one 28,000. That's outstanding. And so here we're trying to get the new for 2024 events started. So with the team, we start looking at, let's say, PBR. I mean, the pro rodeo. Why isn't that making as much revenue as it could? And so we laid it all out. We realized that we were putting it during July 4th. And July 4th, there are numerous PRCA rodeos everywhere. So the Cowboys looked at it, okay, how can I connect with the most amount of rodeos that weekend? And where's all the big money at? That's where I'm going. And so they looked at Navajo, hardly any added money. And then they look at who the producer is, livestock wise, they look at that. And they look at where it all fits in. So strategically said, okay, we put at the end of May, the 1st of June, that will fit. There's all the rodeos that whole weekend. And so that allows us to be able to have a good negotiation side. And right now, we're bringing in Survey Rodeo Productions, one of the top PRCA rodeo contractors. And so we made the negotiation to bring him in. He can put the whole production on. We're going to have a rollout on the 19th. You're welcome to come to a part afternoon. He's coming, and we have like 3 or 4 PRCA rodeo cowboys, world champion cowboys that will be coming to announce that big rollout. All of that is already being promote it across the country. And, so it's called Home of the Gannett Pro Rodeo event. So that's coming. Okay, in a few months. Now we're looking at the fair. How do we do the fair? And so it comes back down to what do we do with the fair office? I heard earlier that it should have been brought to RDC is that we haven't got to that point yet. We just made an administrative decision, take the program, let's account for everything and see where we're really at. Then we'll decide where's the best fix for that fair. That's when the plan of operation will be amended and we'll come before RDC with the new plan of operation as to where that program will fit. Even if it would be a program, perhaps we just take that money and just contract out and let a contractor handle the whole fair for us. And I think that's gonna work a lot better from what we're doing already. It's already very effective. The second big part that we're dealing with is once we took over and made the administrative change, notified the program, sent the memo, then we said, okay, let's go see what the fair office has. What's the facilities really like? So we had OSHA, we had safety, everybody, we took the tours. And the last week, the sports center had been closed. Full report is available. I can get you the report, with all the photos. It's wrong. Biggest problem, you got mold, really bad. All of that asbestos in the top, asbestos floors, and that whole place. You have the big buckling that has actually separated from the foundation out by about that far. You've got walls cracked that you can see right through. You can look outside through that. And so it's that is the reason why we made administrative decision. It's not something that happened overnight. It's been going on for years and years and years and being brought to their attention with no remedies, no corrective action has happened. Now we're going to look at the other facilities. We know that they're there because they brought all their documents. These are the letters that memos that we wrote. These were corrective actions that we've done year after year. But the show still goes on. And the troubling part is most of these shows had no insurance on them. We just crossing our fingers through the whole time. And so those are our findings, and that's why we took an administrative action we got to stop this now before our luck runs out. So we're going to look at the rest of the facilities. And so we're probably going to need your help to help us make a real important decision is, are we going to continue to try to find money to stick into the buildings and put Band-Aids all over and over and over? Or are we ready to make a decision to say, let's modernize the place and let's build this up to date compliance facilities for our people to enjoy. Then the other question is, are we going to keep it at the same location? The 22nd RDC, I believe it was, Honorable Catherine Benali was the chair. We did a lot of the providing guidance on all the mapping and everything else. They were looking at moving the whole fairgrounds and to find a location. And what we were proposing was the mine, for the mine facilities, office complexes, all was up on top. That takes it away from the town, but it would be less of the congestion that happens. And I think we could have even bigger fairs if that wasn't happening. People like, I don't want to park down by the state line and then walk all the way to the fairgrounds. And then the emergency aspects of it. You know, we had an elderly woman that got injured this past fair, and they couldn't get the ambulance to her because of how everybody was parked, everything was just closed off. So there's individuals had to physically carry that person all the way to go meet the ambulance so they could get her medical attention. So that's what it cost us, all from the logistics of how it is. You know, those facilities were built back in the early fifties. I think rodeo, the racetrack was done in the late forties. And so it's been that long, but that's probably when there was 80,000 Navajos. And this, you know, a lot of people came, but at that time it seemed like a lot. Now we're 480,000 and we pack it. And we could probably generate more revenue if we had more room for people to enjoy the different events. So that's what we're working on. So it's a multi-aspect. Right now, we need to get these events for this year. We've got to get them planned out. We've got to do our best to avoid any safety concerns and get them repaired, mitigated with the help of safety and everybody else, so they can say yes, so it can be insured. And then we'll be able to have the event. In the meantime, in the back of our minds, okay, when are we gonna make the decision? We'll renovate it with new facilities at the same location, or renovate or build a whole new facility somewhere else. It's not a decision that we want to make like right now, but it's something to be thinking about. What's the best way to do this, to move it on? And it was kind of hard, you know, you look at it, that it was just only used a couple of times out of the whole year. And so with that in mind, if we went to a new facilities, you could design it to where you have multiple use almost every weekend, whether it be receptions, dinners, banquets, meetings, trainings, you know, everything. It would be an event center type thing where you have staff there that are constantly just working on promoting it. And, you know, and having different events, school events, regional basketball events, whatever it is that we're able to gather there. And not only that, the rodeo site can also be there monthly throughout the whole year. And so those are some of the plans that we see going forward, and we'll put the rest of that plan in. But I just wanted to share that much information to let you know that's what we were doing. That's where we are right now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Holona. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Motion. Honorable Kwan, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. RDC members, do we have any questions or comments at this time with the report that was provided here to us by Mr. Holona? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Alona, here, all. Museum has deal with auto parks and rec, part of the all the fairs, I think, the session, when back during the 24th council, we approved some funding to upgrade the fair facility at Wonder Rock. I don't, I should, the whole thing that's been done, so Nathan again. Ako, didi gigon kidet to SRDC gigon kidet. Ako, previously, I thought logic game like Mr. Francisco. Martin Decay launch out of the foggy face of the people then today. It sounds like the fair really doesn't make money, or it does, or something happens. Ako, halate ala, pero not on any, then again, party that was that to improve the fairgrounds. Better operations, I don't hear you, airport thing. Of course. I should, as a former chair, people come to you, staff come to you, other employees come to me. And fishing would anticipate, well, one hit and get over at down northern, a part of having the only. So, Mr. Nash, the fighting, area and get at this, touch of the line, everything I requested this report. To see and make sure that RDC is not being pushed aside. I thought on the idea with the energy vetting team, energy in Hansel, Lago. 11-year executive, but I thought, the Lunson. I shown Mr. President, I don't, RDC did put on this case and Hillaka and here lawmakers not that. You're the governing body given in as your response on the national son. As your has said up at the Chittagong Nation adult that or executive order hard. At every email available. Chief of staff again, there's need on then. But it did that says though, fair office, though fair operations, you get that, so chief of staff, that's the chair of NATO list. I guess all I do should have it, just as again. And he should be up on the soft case. Oh, Mr. Halonen, he that was the division director and then for natural resources. Larger has shown you just had now, yeah, take on this, Mr. Halonen. Unlike that, and that's it, so you had Geocotiana as part of Asian doesn't in the one that you can have OPVP. I check on Asha, G up and that's just unhad then again. I should delay, but that takes off. I let other things, and there's 3 citizen delegates here. I know 3 new delegates. It would be that's it on what's next. That's done. A job, then in we shouldn't have to request that they come before us. They should be able to come out and say, on today, so these are the numbers, Queen has it, or these are challenges. Put out, put it on. I know you have 4th of July, I know there's rodeos everywhere. And if it's not making money over there, what else can they do over there? You know? So do it at least argued it'll collect steady mesa though. Get fair board me, needle, din answer less. Even in that. I think then if it's maybe at some point, you know, just really as soon as we can. But I not on Jish Eastern Navy from Point Ferry. But almost the last one out of Tuba City, they can't be now. Then they you know, no fear go and she thought that the begin that's a lot of even in the age. Yeah, but the other house, they like to intend them. I call I quite she actually need a thought you'll be out of face of it and it's a time for families to come together and I would like to see the office of the president and vice president. Their office to be more transparent about this towards the committee and have them show some respect towards the committee. When this case. So I'll give a station and thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair Manis Otto. Any other members of RDC? Honorable Otto, so.
Well, thank you for the report, I should check. So I'm sure that there's reasons why, you came to this decision to pull it from Department of Agriculture to the division, right? That's what I see it here, for the division itself. So it's still within the division, and we still have oversight. And lalabanin na nito ang lasing and then she probably requires I'm sure there's other entities involved, such as Department of Justice and things like that. And issue in Asaki. Yahdi ka matahan na ki ite daw disne. Kunde do DJ opkage nilchewin ado. Not gonna say that I support it or not, but it gives me an idea what the discussion is gonna be, because automatically it's gonna trigger another discussion. And I think at that discussion, need to bring forth the I don't if it has to amend the plan of operation at some point. You go, there's a process in place with the nation, and you go through that process and you'll come to resources development to make that decision. Kunde aje dashin so fantasi ishim benache beban sokke so dite the buildings on the current fairground. See, it's an ordinance there. There is a proposal to actually infuse some money. The committee, the citizen committee frowned upon it. We had a chance to infuse monies to improve that site. And the sports center was one that was one of the discussion there. The other was to replace the crumbling stadium, the seats at the rodeo. Atitsin the Hatashini Nila Ad Anes Ane Shilla Sha Izo no she know how she will laugh she actually there's those things are old. The Nakai Hall, it's still the same that I remember, because lady Shimasan Banai Shimasan Yobana in there. And that's do yoit ish do as it na skedi da banani hot up. But kid hati ya kozer film market that's a dada. That's yaho at. To hashin those John do what a lad I did a bish yaho at. Go Aden Hana in nation there, not quite hog. Really sound dance one at the hell. Or Gorman Hall, no, quite Hall. Gorman Hall. Ako, up in Nakai Hall was always the agriculture. At one point, there were vendors and they're selling the kind of one that I need that whole name. But we had a chance to address that. And we still need to try to find a way to address that, and that plan there was there too, to move the whole fairgrounds up to the Navajo mine site, because there's abundance of land over there, but it required investments. some areas, it gone with the wind and set with the sun. You know, just have to find a way to try to improve, the fair there. And the fair should be run like a business, not not a travel program. It should be run as a business. That should not, you know, like the ranching. The ranches that we have, Navajo Nation, lease fee $6 per animal unit. But when you lease private ranches out there, they charge about like $28 or $30 per animal unit. Night and day. And it's not run as a business. But somewhere we have to find that middle ground and see what we need to do with the fair. I do agree that we have to treat it as a business, not as a travel program. Because it's not, a fair is not providing direct services. Maybe if we could move to, maybe just take it away from the nation and give it to an enterprise. And have the enterprise run the fair. You know, that way the nation is not pumping in its own resources. And years ago, carryover, it's not carryovers, they approved with that. They used to try to help programs there to pay for certain things. That's how the fair has been financed. And to the end of the year, no. We're gonna lose all this, we'll just give it to agriculture to run the horticulture or the animal show and things like that. There's yearly dollars that council appropriated. Never pays of it. It feels it, it is wasn't there. Once I think that if we give it to an enterprise or create another enterprise to just solely work on the fair to improve, you know, it is that bleachers is not indoor rodeo no, but you know, that's that will bring people in, so they don't have to worry about raining, the weather, because Navajo Nation Fair, that's the only thing you run into. The other is like, you know, hotels. If you put another hotel there in Window Rock, it will support that overflow, because right now there's 2 hotels in Window Rock. When they're full, when the event's going on, when they're full, everybody is going to go. But if we put another, like a hotel facility there, and things like that, it'll work. Onsen, we have to look at how we could try to we have to look for money, right? That's the idea, based in the to do those facilities, improve those facilities, but again, you know, the Navajo people may say, oh, don't put any money to the fair and things like that. So those are just things that makes me think about things. Years ago, 2 cities, I used to coordinate the Yebiche. I used to give them a budget and told you Shana now. Banda niho, she yo banda niho. Yeah, 800 ish niho. Told you kwaja banda in here, kwaja ya, kwaja not kwaj gas la nash in there. It's part of a fair that where I had to look for resources. As coordinators are selected, are they really looking for resources to sponsor the events. You know, that's part of their work as a coordinator. But again, you know, based on any, but again, at the end of the day, we have to treat our fairs like a business. If we treat it as a program, it's just gonna be a system that's gonna always want money, gonna always want money. Oto alaya naga nashi osata chena linesh chepe no to only the osata kesa tina no to how that the gata ade peso shanan what enahanen what nashe ko also yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah, also. So with that, Mr. Alona, we've heard from the members of Resources and Development Committee. Again, we're kindly asking for that respect as your CEO of the executive branch is always saying and conveying the message to the public out there that he's working closely and alongside the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And we want that to be absolutely certain. And thank you for bringing the report and based off of, you know, just the information that you were probably provided as a division director in consultation probably with the OPVP. I don't know that Dana chose to take this move, but again, it is going to require legislation because it's going to be a change to the plan of operation. And I think several months ago, on multiple occasions, RDC had requested for a financial report from the Navajo Nation Fair monies that was made this past fair, but we never got those financials. So if you can just provide that to us via email, we would really appreciate that and really get an understanding of, you know, that you were talking about here. So just as Chair Ned, you know, we're the lawmakers, and I'm also Honorable Claw, and I think all my colleagues here, we're the lawmakers, we pass the laws. And executive branch would have to carry out those laws. So if you want, you know, our support, we have to work in collaboration and depth. You know, we obviously have that respect for you all as division directors, as you know, the appointees by president and how you lead your team under the division. Send us invites. The only reason why I show up unexpectedly to a DNR event with under your any one of your departments is how someone would tell me about it. Other than that, it'll be fun. So at least we'll be there, you know, alongside you all in support. And I think that they really do like leadership showing up at a lot of these meetings and, you know, engagements that you all do. Like yesterday, a prime example, Chair Nez and I were over at the AIF Expo. It was a really great turnout, huh, Rick? It was such an awesome turnout and just the magnitude of information that was shared. And then some of those individuals, as I was shaking hands, are like, I never even knew about all of this. This is really great information. And that just showed that. But it's unfortunate that RDC had to make that directive too. So, but this should be an ongoing education, you know, and next Tuesday, they said they're going to be over at NTU again. So, so, yeah, go ahead, Shauna. It's the Danny, then Rick, I believe you also raised your hand, right?
Just really small, but after them, I just want to.
Okay.
Okay, I just have a, just as Shana said, you know, we have employees that come to us and, they really depend on our accountability and transparency. So one of the questions I have right now is, did DNR hire a consultant to work on the fair projects? apparently there was an announcement made, and so, you know, and I hear my colleagues here, I mean, they were the last ones to know. And I think at one point we put it so, you know, so blatantly that it's a slap in the face. So now we're hearing about, you know, this consultant coming in. And, you know, and we hear on council floor that we're, you know, it's like we're picking up all these consultants. And so, and then there's rumors out there like, oh, these are people that helped out with campaign promises. And so now they're getting jobs, you know, and then when we don't find out about it, it makes us look bad too, as council. And then they probably think, well, nobody on RDC asked that question. So I think that's one thing I want to know, because, you know, we're elected officials. And when I have constituents asking me, I will ask that question, even though it's difficult, as uncomfortable as that may be, but I just want to know the truth. We do have a meeting coming up with President Nygren. Those are things that, you know, I'm going to ask him straightforward. And I'm going to look at him in his eyes and ask him the same question. You know, that's probably the politics of everything. Not really the efficiency, but it comes down to that. You know, and I am disappointed, you know, depending on how to answer today, I am going to be thoroughly disappointed. And, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, sometimes our RDC, the oversights of various committees, they don't find out about these conflicts after the fact. Until we're sitting here like this morning, sitting here and asked to clean up someone's mess. And while, you know, we have every opportunity to intervene before we get into that kind of a predicament. But unfortunately, our Navajo Nation works backwards, and now, you know, I don't know what this arrangement is, but I hope it's not something we're gonna have to clean up again. So I just wanted to ask that question. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Before I yield the floor back over to you, let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC, it's a good question again, going back to going to also the council. What happened here, taking the Navajo Spirit office away from Department of Ag and put under Division of Natural Resources through administratively. Is that legal? Or is there supposed to be a process that takes place, right? I mean, in the plan of operation. So this question is going to Officer of City Council.
So, let me go ahead and give it to, Ms. Khan. Are you able to respond to Honorable Simpson's question in regards to the move of the fair office from Department of Ag to the executive office of DNR?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, this is the first time I'm hearing that actually happened. And the way the plans of operation function is the department or the division that has the plan of operation functions under that plan until it is amended. And that is the standard procedure. And that's why I'm surprised that this was done administratively. I do not know whether the Division of Natural Resources executive director has within his authority the ability to move the function of a particular function from one particular division or department administratively to the office, the main executive director's office. I would need to look at the plan of operation, and that is how the divisions and departments are supposed to function. The budget unit numbers for the payment of personnel and such is worked out such that each division and department has control over, division of, expenditures within their departments, within those budget units. And that is my understanding of a basic structure of how the divisions and departments work. Like I said, this is really the first I'm hearing of an administrative move, but I would have to look at the plan of operation for the executive director's office to see what authorities lay within that. And if there is an emergency situation, I don't really need to look to see whether or not that language, the powers of an emergency situation, provide for such action. And that without having those plans of operation before me, but in general, that is my understanding of how the government works, is that the oversight committees approve the plans of operation. If something is to be changed, then legislation comes forward and then the oversight committee looks at the plan of operation and approves that plan of operation. That is my understanding. And again, I would have to look at the plan of operation for, in this case, Division of Natural Resources and the authorities within for the executive director to administratively make such a move.
So with that response, Ms. Khan, Honorable Simpson, maybe that's something that needs to be priority, Ms. Khan, Ashonda, to research that. Why I say that is we're meeting with President Nygren. I believe all of us received an email for a leadership meeting at 11 a.m. with OPVP regarding RDC leadership. It says, so these are the issues that can be brought up to President Nygren. I know that memo or the letter that was signed, it was concurred by President Nygren again. So again, what is within the realms of what is allowed, we can hopefully get that information, and so we could have that discussion with President on Monday. Ms. Khan, yeah. Before I give it back to you, Mr. Halona, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members. I just want to say thank you, Chair, for showing up at Ninamizod. Northern Agency really appreciated us being there. Hello, Mr. Halona, Mr. Watchman, Mr. Ferdinand Nota, Gloria, Tom, and your staff. They did an excellent job. The horse program too. And CKT in the background, they were helping people apply for their farm and grazing incentives. This gentleman was there, that person, Anita was there, and there was some that were here today. They really appreciated how it was set up. So they kind of said this is the best Northern Agency, Jim. And so you have one more Eastern, so I don't know. And I just want you to know you have a good staff. Go to Mr. Colonna. Take care of them. They are hard-working people, and I always appreciated working with them. Mr. Silentman right here. Sally, our BDO. They do an excellent job, and I hope they don't let me down at the next budget cycle. I'm bragging. How about this? So thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Loma, go ahead and yield the floor back over to you now with some of the questions that were asked and maybe additional comments that you'd like to make at this time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, or Vice Chair. Real briefly, number one is that, like I mentioned, it was just an overnight decision that we made. We counseled with our legal attorney at DNR. And so we'll make sure that, number one, that we can administratively take the program while we do the evaluation of what is happening. There wasn't a fair manager on board for the fairground, for the fair office, excuse me. However, there's an office specialist and a carpenter, three staff. And so, and so after that, we says, okay, when you start evaluating who's gonna be able to do that, we don't have the time. And so we did a small contract, I think less than a $10,000 contract, just quickly to take all the information, everything, go through it, evaluate it, to give us the information, the questions that we have. What has transpired? How was everything processed? Because just like you guys are like, this is a surprise. There was a lot of surprises because there was this things processed, not normal processing. So, I mean, and that's why I was asking for a executive session, because there is a whole lot that we could disclose of why we made that decision. It wasn't arbitrary. And it was important because I also have a duty to account for all the funds that are coming from the division, how they're spent within the division and the departments. So having found a report very disturbing, and it is probably to you. So yes, we hired a firm, Zion Enterprise. They've got people that put on events, understand all stuff about events. One of their partners also has many years experience as the fair manager, knows all the processes, procedures that they were under, I guess way back when they were Parks and Rec. And then after that, you know, you may or may not know that there was an audit before as well. So this is an ongoing situation that again, that we inherited, but we says we need to get a handle on this. We need to find out exactly where we are so we can move on from there. We got these events because we were starting to receive all the bids that were coming in for the event already. So we had deadlines that we needed to meet. So that's why we have that events team to come in and be able to do that. And so they're almost done with everything. They had the last meeting today with the controller to look at all the accounts for everything next. And it's financial. Again, I think there should be a second meeting so you can see what I'm talking about. It's disturbing. I think there needs to be some review that needs to happen. From what I have found thus far, there are very serious situations that we're going to have to deal with. And as the executive director, now that I know about them and that they're there, haven't really show that they're there, I have to do something. So the first one was to take the program, get all the records, everything out, so we can start evaluating. Because it shouldn't be this far off. I mean, you don't spend $4.6 million. You know, I mean, it just don't make sense. So that's what I mean is that just don't make, what is going on? That's why we did that. And we have no intention of keeping the fair office at the Division of Natural Resources permanent. You know, needs to go where it's the best place. And I think Delegate So did, you know, that's a great idea. It could just be contracted out and then the nation's not involved with it. And so that's kind of where it puts us also, is that we're involved in it as the nation. So that's why we made that decision. So Delegate Clark, if I answered your question. Thank you.
Question, yeah. Coronado, Kadesh, you got clarity on your question, Honorable Danny Simpson?
Yes, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, and WC. Madam Chair, I'd like to request to commission yourself as the chair. It's not pertaining to what's being on report, but it's really pertaining to the RC oversight too. And if the committee will allow me to ask a quick question, since Mr. Alone's here. The committee can allow me, if not, that's fine. So I'm going to ask that question outside the report.
Okay, so, I got, Danny asking if he can ask a question outside of this report, of course.
Oh, question. Just a question, a quick answer.
Yes.
Well, again, you know, how often do we get, the division director for Dean on here? So I'm gonna go ahead and allow that.
Quick question. Thank you. So Dr. Malone, a quick question. I see an email in reference to AIF in reference to the year 3, 35 projects being approved. Actually, the total project 53. And when we met with OPVP and certain delegates from RDC, we were all invited, but only 3 could attend. So again, you got 53 projects for the year 3 AIF funds. So 35 were approved. You had some issues with the 18. So what's going on with the 18 projects? My understanding those have not been resolved yet among the Department of Ag and yourself, and they're still they're not approved yet. So we need status on that because I believe I'm not the only one that remember that we received an email to address this issue. That's the question I'm asking, Manager.
Okay. Yeah. Quick response, Mr. Luna,
Outside the report.
10 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Delegate Simpson, appreciate it, Madam Chair of the report. I have made a request for a meeting with the committee so we can discuss those last 18. Perhaps it's something that we can all look at. Say, let's reshuffle, let's redo this. Because there are also some budgets in there that are not AIF related. Not related to the ranchers, not related to the farmers. And how the budgets are formulated. And we tried to make it work. I asked for budget to be redone. Because first there was no budgets. Then we got the budget, we looked through the budgets. A lot of discrepancies, asked them to redo them, came back, and they don't fit what the project is. So that's when I realized that perhaps we need to take those last 8 proposed ones and let's rework that, because some of those amounts are not feasible to do the project. They're too low. So we need to put more money if that's what we want to get done. That's what I mean is that we need to reshuffle and look at those projects. We do understand and recognize that RDC had passed all of those projects previously. We understand that. And so that's why we said, RDC, do you want to go back and visit these? I'd be happy to have a meeting and go through each one and talk about the challenges that we have with them. Then we can say, can we redo the priorities? I'm sure each one of you have priorities for your ranchers and farmers, perhaps that need to be included. I know Delegate Johnson had talked to me about a project he'd like to see. It's got to be funded properly, else it's going to be a shortfall, and we get to that point and nothing happens. We run out of money. Those are what I'm talking about. Hey, with that.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, I just wanted the community to know that, and so we have the community how to address this issue here. I think it needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
18 process. So ADF, that's why I asked, but I'll leave it to community how to want to pursue
Okay.
that.
So off of your question now, Honorable also wants to ask a quick question, Shiaj.
You opened the door.
Quick question.
No, just a recommendation on on that, since you're gonna revisit the AIF. I've been approached by farmers and ranchers who indicated that they did not apply in the year 23, 24, 25, just due to the closing. The ranchers, I guess it closes within like January 30th or whatever, and then the farmers is February 30th. But what I'm getting to is that a lot of them, they're coming to issues where the document requires a tally count. Grazing officers actually told permit holders, I can't go out there. Go bring them in, brand them and do your tally and bring it to me. They did not do a tally count. And one, she's an elder. And I just told her, penant ayen jahatziki na chin hon no o yun na hesh shape edition. Kati because shab kat ne his zo for the din ni edition. Edit a penant adit ash jahatzio benna. It do yel kat not sos banan sozo. But then not did not so chibik a will try anoshanain soza. Yeah, that's your justification bringing that document in, applying for the AIF funds. The nation, benant, ado, clashing like bears on it, because could a bear with the glitter out of a with the lad of petition. Ado dark, nana petition. Dark, Arjun Hana, Nana, Gaha, and next, though. The what do you call it? The crop tally. Nan aro na aliada. Ako po tache do aro hatin lada. Ako yan ay ajibik ako kapasya on chitniya na halin. Ako we have ranchers and farmers in that scenario. Just a recommendation to reopen it to back to whenever it opened, I think 2021. And then the other is that one indicated that COVID. Ben and he didn't want to come up and see us and brand for us and do the tally for us due to COVID, and that's legitimate. I think those could be reopened for them. I know that's an internal policy that has their internal deadline. It's not a deadline that's tied to legislation or anything, but it's an internal deadline that you can control and reopen to those ranchers and farmers that did not. That missed the deadline. So thank you.
A question for Mr. Halona. I think you've heard the concern in regards to the report you provided here. At a later time, we would have to look at when we're going to put you back on RDC for the executive session. And also, as chair, I've been waiting for you to make your request to RDC in regards to the 18 projects that were questionable for year 3 or year 2 or year 1. To work with us, but I think that what would be more feasible right now is RDC setting go, oh no, cheto. That's the reason why I usually request for an informal meeting. So you do the invite as a division to RDC and which RDC members, and names that they can definitely be at the meeting. We'll go ahead and allow that opportunity that way. So again, so with that, I believe that we had asked enough questions, and going forward, this will but this will be an issue that we can talk to President Nyland about on Monday, where we have the RDC leadership meeting with him that he requested, provided that we get more information on the plan of operation for DNR/Department of Ag. Okay. Okay, that should not finicky. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for a vote on this report from Mr. Halona. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for a statement report from the Division of Natural Resources on the transfer of the fair office. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that. So before I go on to, well, we have old business, we have none, but before I go to number 8, I'd like to go ahead and have our colleague, Honorable Charles Newton, introduce herself. She did grace us. She did grace us here with her presence. So Chair, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair Jesus and members of the RDC committee. and to the Hogback chapter. My name is Eugenia Charles Newman. I'm the council delegate for Shiprock. I apologize, for coming in late. I was at the meeting in Winter Rock trying to get my ARPA projects through. So I apologize for being late. I'm just listening in right now. So thank you for the recognition and for allowing me to introduce myself. I'm just here to support my brother's community and try to assist him. We try to help each other out because our communities are very, very close. So it's good. I just live right up the hill, not far from here. So I just wanted to stop in and see where I've been listening in to your meeting, and I just figured I would stop in before I.
We'll stop by for some tea time later. So with that, I'd like to go to item number 8, close of meeting. Do we have any final announcements, colleague? Hernandez?
Madam Chair, thank you very much, committee members, for coming to my chapter here at Chalakan. You've met some wonderful people from Northern agencies, and they're always interested. You should see the chapter meetings. This place almost fills up. They don't worry about a quorum sometimes, so at this time, Chair, I'm going to give some time over to the president, and she'll give you a presentation here. And thank you, Spadar, for supporting the community too.
Yeah, we want to say thank you, Adam, okay. You know, you cannot dance, they are quite good. That's not true.
Oh, you a yana anish.
Okay, now, yeah.
هذا هتخاصم خيبها no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
هذا طوب ده حدنا ده
ايه كنت
ده بس هو نيجي ده لينا بقى ده ايه على الخدين يعني انا نو تدي اوي بس جنب اشتغل يعني شيء انا عايز نكمل اوكي
If we could, after we adjourn, I'd like you guys to see the chapter house, what it looks like. And I hate to hold you up as well. If we could go see the pump house and look at it, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, yeah, well, I have to, yeah, elected officials here, so the any other members with announcements, Rodney? Okay. Benny?
Oh, Rod's Friday.
For that reminder. And we will adjourn at 4:07 PM. Oh, sorry. Rodney, can you take roll call vote to adjourn?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna and Cloudy, vote. Honorable Shauna and Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so that motion carries for adjournment, and we will adjourn at 4:08 PM. Thank you so much, and yeah, Nana Pagi, just for no district is Lee, Kodon Pinahata, she's at the start though, Kishi to Hashim to the Chan Sahar case of Kodon Viniki Sato, Nahaso Tado, Hashit Ashe Inkin that is, and oftentimes we share back with leadership, whether it's your local leadership here or the committee members. The Konana Tadam Spargo, yeah, and the Yonshegi, if alone, they know how to your homes and have a restful night's rest and take the bull by the horn again tomorrow, right? Thank you, Sally Rowe, Mr. Silent Man for being here from DED, our BDO, yeah, and Chicago staff. So,
Madam Chair, I just want to make an introduction. This is our new EDS here in Shiprock, and it's Eric Nez. Maybe he can introduce himself. And then we're hoping our performance goes up.
Okay, I thought it was already at.